Athletics Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, part of the NBC Sports Group.
Last night, the green and gold got back to their winning ways as they welcomed the Blue Jays to the O.Co. The A's did it with the same formula that helped them record their best July in franchise history. Little long ball power from the middle of the order and some outstanding starting pitching from Bartolo Colon, who extended his scoreless streak to 16 innings. Tonight, we get a major league debut from a highly touted starter and strikeout machine, Dan Straley. It's Game 2 of the 4-game series. A's, Jays, next. Friday night baseball from the O.Co Coliseum. It's a big night, fireworks, a big crowd is expected for Game 2 of this 4-game series between the A's and the Blue Jays, and that is Dan Straley, strikeout machine in the minor leagues. He's going to make his major league debut tonight. We are very excited about that. So it's the A's and it's the Jays, and you're going to see tonight's game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, California. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Scott Hatterberg, I'm Glenn Kuiper. So a busy night at the ballpark. It was a very busy day at the ballpark. The news, well, Kurt Suzuki has been traded to the Washington Nationals, so that deal went down this afternoon. So Kurt Suzuki, after some very good years with the A's, is now headed to the National League. He's going to go right into a pennant race with the Nationals. In return, the A's get minor league catcher David Freitas, who's going to start his athletic career in Double-A. So Kurt Suzuki goes to the Nationals, and I said it was busy. There was more moves today. So Dan Straley is brought up. Also, Derek Norris brought back up. Michael Taylor brought up, and Pat Neshek acquired from the Baltimore Orioles. Those 4 guys are all in uniform, and they are here at the Coliseum. Smith to the DL, Miller and Scribner down to AAA. So, Scott, what do you make of all these moves?
Well, I mean, it's hectic. This is hectic for the team, for the coaches, all the way down to Voos, who's moving clubhouse, lockers everywhere. But this is a big move. I mean, not only are you losing a catcher who was struggling a little offensively, but he was part of that great pitching staff, and a lot of the reason they've done so well, and he's kind of like a security blanket. Now that blanket is gone, so it's some big shoes to fill. The guy was, he was the old guard here, and when you lose a catcher like that, it's a lot of pressure, and it does show some confidence on the 2 young guys that they have up there right now.
Indeed, Derek Norris back up, and he's in the lineup tonight. So huge night for Dan Straley. It's his major league debut. Boy, he really shot onto the scene about in April. He started striking guys out like crazy in the minor leagues, and now he's in the big leagues.
Well, the thing about Straley is that he's not one of those guys that when you see a guy that strikes so many guys out, he doesn't have a pitch that is 100 miles an hour or a wipeout curveball. What he's got is the collective, and it's 4 pitches, great command. He uses the bottom half of the zone really well, sets up guys. He's got a real knack for pitching. He's a savvy guy, very mature for his age, and he's coming on strong right now.
Well, it's always fun when you read about the kid and you read about how well he's doing, and now you get to see him in person. He's got a huge group of family and friends here. We're going to keep a close eye on them as well. So Dan Straley making his major league debut. He'll be approached by left-hander Brett Cecil. We'll have lineups and first pitch from the Coliseum when we come back.
Sportsnet California is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Toyota. Check out the great deals at your local Toyota dealer today.
Major League debut time for that young man, Dan Straley, 23 years old. Maybe some butterflies, maybe not. Maybe he's just calm, cool, no problem.
I'm betting on butterflies.
Game time weather brought to you by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open daily. Cool night, 59 degrees under partly cloudy skies. And that is the Straley group, folks, and we're going to keep a close eye on them. They are psyched. They are ready to go. They've hauled out the green and gold colors, and they're wearing them. Proud night for that group.
Proud night is right. Yeah. What a great night. And I don't think anybody's more excited than this man right here. Highly touted, out of the minor leagues, kind of coming out of nowhere. I saw him in spring training, and this kid is a polished guy. But if you'd have told me he was going to punch out 175 hitters in 138 innings, I didn't see that coming. But he's got...
Well, here's the lineup that Straley is going to face tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. Brett Lawrie will lead off at third. Then it's Rasmus, Encarnacion, Johnson, Escobar, Cooper, Davis, Mathis, and Goes.
Well, like I said, he was dominating down there. He was 5-2, 1.36 ERA. He was pretty much untouchable if you were left-handed or right-handed, especially if you're right-handed. The guy, he's got 4 pitches. He's very, very advanced in all aspects of the game. Not overpowering with the fastball, but like I said, he's going to locate down. He's going to move it in and out. He's able to throw anything for a strike at any time. But tonight is butterflies. He has the weapons, but let's see how he handles the big stage.
So Straley is about to throw his first major league pitch, and he'll do it to Brett Lawrie. First pitch is a good one, right around the knees at 91 miles an hour. So we're underway.
First pitch, 7:08.
So the first ball will be tossed out. So Lawrie, Rasmus, and Encarnacion here in the top of the first. Fastball runs inside. So Straley was a 24th round draft pick of the Athletics in 2009. He's 6'2", 215 pounds. Again, 23 years old.
That's him right there. He's about 91. You see, he's not overpowering with it. He's got some good run. Knows where he's throwing. He's trying to work the ball inside on Lawrie. That's the book. That's what he wants to do. And that's what he's going to do with his fastball. But 91's where he'll sit.
Check swing roller. It's going to go foul. So 2-2 the count. It's his parents, Steve on the left, and his mother Sarah. A little emotional and understandable, and that was right when their son Dan took the field.
Got to be exciting.
And a little bit nervous. So the count is full to Brett Lawrie, hitting .283 with 9 homers, 40 RBIs. Payoff pitch. Fastball came right at him, and Lawrie fouled it back.
Tough thing if you're the Jays. I always found in my experience that you face a guy that you've never seen. I mean, it was hard for me to get video on this guy. So they have really no scouting report other than word of mouth. And not seeing a guy, you as a hitter, I found that you were at a disadvantage.
Another 3-2 pitch. This one's hit down the right field line, and it'll be fouled. Let's take a quick look at the defense behind Straley for the Athletics. Cespedes, Crisp, and Reddick in the outfield. Inge, Rosales, Weeks, and Carter on the infield, with Derek Norris behind the plate. So another 3-2 to Lawrie. And that one is at the knee, strike 3 called, and Straley strikes out Lawrie to start his big league career. Fastball right down around the knees.
Well, that's the part of the zone that he really excels at. And you can see the downhill plane. That angle, that down plane is so difficult. And when you're able to hit those knees like that with that angle, it's very difficult to square up, and it's a pitch that is hard to pick up as a strike, and you can see the Straley clan is excited.
Well, they're sitting up, section back behind the Athletics dugout. First pitch to Colby Rasmus is in for a strike. 246 with 19 home runs, 65 RBIs for Rasmus.
Got a couple last night. Squared up a couple of balls.
And it's a quick 0-2. So those are the combined numbers. Now, we showed you his AAA numbers where he made the 8 starts. He also made 14 starts at AA Midland. So a total of 138 in the third innings, 175 strikeouts. And that one's looped into right center, and that's a base hit. So really, Scott, not only a lot of strikeouts, obviously, but that's a lot of minor league innings at this point as well. 138, that's a pretty good number.
He's a workhorse. You can tell he gets the ball, he's going to be out there a while. And he did really well in AA, moved up, did even better in AAA. Rasmus does a nice job here of the changeup. He threw him a changeup prior to that, and it was a good one. He backed it up again, and Rasmus stayed on it nice. Saw it good. It wasn't a bad pitch.
So here's Encarnacion. 28 home runs. He is the most dangerous hitter in this Blue Jays lineup, especially without Jose Bautista. First pitch is foul back off Norris's glove. But speaking of those innings, it's been a nice scent for Straley his 3 years in the minor leagues. In 09 he threw 59 innings, and then in 2010 single A 148 innings, and then 2011 high single A at Stockton 160 innings. So
progression's there.
The progression is about right. And when you throw 150, 160 minor league innings, that's probably the equivalent to throwing 190 to 200 major league. It's full season.
I think that's a good comparison. You know, you got to have to do that, and to do it consistently, you got to have good mechanics, which he does, and you got to have some physicality to him. And he does. He's got a good, mature, physical stature.
A breaking ball in for strike, 1-2.
Pretty good slider right here. Morris is he's going to see some different pitches that he's probably not used to. Different stage. Edwin Encarnacion's probably going to see some more breaking balls. He's pretty aggressive, was very aggressive yesterday, got a couple of hits, but he could turn around a fastball, and I know they're aware of it.
So 1-2 the count with left-handed hitting Kelly Johnson in the on-deck circle. Hayes won last night 4-1. Blue Jays have lost 5 in a row. They are now 3 games under the 500 mark at 51 and 54. Fastball, a good swing by Encarnacion.
Yeah, this is a guy right here who is always ready for the fastball. You think you got him set up, think again. You got to find a corner for this guy. He feasts on him. But that's part of the learning the league. You're starting right tonight. Build that database.
Bounced, and it's just fouled on the third baseline.
He'll throw that changeup to both righties and lefties, but he's going to prefer going to that breaking ball, that slider, versus the right-handers.
Straley's last start was last Saturday. Was in Reno for the River Cats. Fastball is high. So the count 2-2.
I think right now he's starting to settle down a little bit, get some of those first pitches out of the way. One good thing is he's really working ahead. He's getting that strike one, and he's getting ahead in the count.
Pop-up foul. Remember, A.J. Griffin starting, made his major league debut against the Giants. That was back on the 24th of June. And he showed his poise as well. He did not look flustered at all. This one's popped up toward Jemile Weeks. Weeks is under it. He's got it. And pretty good battle there. Straley wins it as he gets Encarnacion to pop out. 2 outs.
Young guys that come up, the tendency is sometimes to overthrow. You get too much adrenaline. But you can see a guy that comes out first major league start and is able to maintain those emotions, stay within themselves. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Get that first inning out of the way. So here's Kelly Johnson. His pitch is outside. 234 with 12 home runs for Kelly Johnson. He's got pretty good power. Came over from the Arizona Diamondbacks last year. He was a free agent, but he re-signed with the Blue Jays for 1 year.
Pretty patient guy. He's got a good eye, knows the zone pretty well. He's struggling since the break. He's hitting 190 since the break.
Well, last night he hit a couple balls hard, but had nothing to show for it.
Nothing to show for it.
0 for 4. 3-0 now with Yunel Escobar waiting in the on-deck circle. 22 pitches for Straley here in the first inning.
You get spoiled with Cologne, averaged like 12 last night.
It's true. .30 pitch, and that's right there, first strike. 3-1. But you made an interesting point talking about Straley, the fact that he has all these strikeouts, but he doesn't have that one unbelievable pitch like the 98-mile-an-hour fastball. The fact that he's got a whole repertoire of quality pitches. Obviously, he can strike you out with more than one pitch. That may be the best thing for longevity, right?
It's the best thing for not being patterned. You're able to change from one trip through the order. You can change it up, and some of those guys, it reminds me a little bit of Mike Messina. He had so many weapons. Wasn't really overpowering. Had a great curveball, but as he got older, he lost some of the velocity on that. But it was so good placing at ball, setting up a hitter, that he maintained some of that strikeout, and he wasn't an overpowering guy. So that's kind of a similarity for me.
So another battle here. This time it's with Kelly Johnson. Rasmus, the runner at first. He goes again, and that pitch is just a bit inside, and it's away. So 2 on, 2 out for Yunel Escobar. So the youngsters, Norris and Straley, talking it over.
Well, he got 2 outs, and then he just dropped behind 3-0. Sometimes you lose just a little bit of focus, and that's all it takes, and you're behind big league hitters. It's tough to come back.
So Escobar steps in, hitting .256 with 7 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Had a couple of hits last night.
Might be some issues with communication with signs and new signs for both these guys. Pretty good slider right there. There'll be some adjustments. There'll be some adjustments.
Do not believe that Norris has ever caught Straley, even though they just happen to miss each other in AAA Sacramento. Fastball and a good swing by Escobar. Remember about the time that Straley got called up from AA to AAA. Just looking at the calendar, it's about the same time Norris was called up to the big league.
It takes a while. It's hard to figure out what a guy likes to do. I mean, you can talk about it all you want in the clubhouse, but until you get out there and see how his stuff works.
That one's hit to third. Inge has it. Steps on the bag. Side retired. So it took 28 pitches, but Straley gets to the top of the first as the Blue Jays strand a pair. Check out their starting lineup. And here it is. Crisp, Gomes, Reddick, Cespedes, Carter, Inge, Norris, Rosales, and Weeks.
Pitch for the Jays today is left-handed pitcher Brett Cecil, 26-year-old. He's 2-4 with a 5.5 ERA right now, and he's lost 3 straight. But he's had a quality start in each of those 3 games. Does pretty well against left-handed hitters, but Bob Melvin knows that, and he's stacked the lineup with pretty much all right-handers, with the exception of Reddick. So he's got his work cut out for him tonight.
So Cecil is ready to face the switch-hitting Coco Crisp. And the first pitch is bounced foul, and as we look around, it's Omar Vizquel at third base. Remember, Brett Lawrie batted in the top of this inning. In fact, he was the leadoff hitter, and now he's out of the game. So we'll wait to hear why. But that is indeed Omar Vizquel at third base.
Seems a lot. He struck out, didn't run, or had a couple good swings, but.
And that's blooped into right center for a base hit. So Coco Crisp leads off the bottom of the first with a base hit.
Nothing better when you get your leadoff hitter back and he ignites you. Last night he hit a couple balls real hard and well, I didn't have anything to show for it. Here he breaks his bat and flinks one into center field. This game is not fair. But they even out, Coco. Always hated when they said that.
Yeah.
Never seen
he would not agree with you. So Johnny Gomes steps in, hitting in the 2 spot tonight.
Most likely going to see some action in these next 3 games. 3 left-handers.
Timeout call.
Which is great because there isn't many people I like more in the box than this guy right here.
Johnny?
He is, I can see his hair on fire right now. Intense. This is what you want a hitter to think about and look like at the plate. He's ready to pulverize something.
First pitch is a bit high from Brett Cecil. Scott mentioned the 3 consecutive losses by Cecil. The middle loss of those 3 was to the A's last week in Toronto. He didn't pitch poorly. 6 innings, 2 runs, and he had 8 strikeouts. But the A's won the game, and that was the first game of that series.
He's got a pretty balanced repertoire. He's got almost 5 pitches. I'd like to call it 4.5. He's got the basic stuff, but he'll throw a cutter off that fastball. He'll be around 85, 86 miles an hour, but curveball, slider, change. Probably won't use that change versus left-handers, but you'll see it versus right-handers, and Gomes, he might get some.
Hit hard toward Escobar. Flips to second for 1, and that's a double play. So 6-4-3 double play, and that's 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Defense for the Jays. Davis Rasmus goes in the outfield. Vizquel now at third with Escobar at short, Johnson at second, Cooper at first. Jeff Mathis is the catcher.
Number 16, Josh Reddick.
Well, Vizquel doesn't seem to age.
He does not.
He looks the same when I played with him.
Although he sounds like this is the last year for Omar Vizquel. First pitch is low. Well, you saw him when you were playing against him. He was probably at the top of his game. Reddick bounces one. Behind the bag, it's David Cooper, who steps on first. Side retired. So Coco Crisp with a leadoff single. He's erased on the double play. No score after 1.
Intel Networks. Saturday, August 18th, after the A's play the Indians, fans with special pre-purchased movie tickets will be invited to watch Moneyball. Field-level tickets that include the movie are available for $40. If you already have tickets to the game, movie tickets are available for $12. A portion of the proceeds will benefit cystic fibrosis research, support, and resources. For info, go to oaklandathletics.com/Moneyball.
So that's the 18th. So watch the movie on the field.
Hang on the grass.
Where it all happened. First pitch to David Cooper is lofted down the left field line, and we back up above the A's bullpen. Brett Laurie left the game with tightness in his rib cage. There you have it. So 1 at bat and he's gone. And that's a big bat. Another big bat out of the Blue Jays lineup.
That's a huge blow, but probably a smart move. If you get that oblique, That is debilitating.
So no Bautista, Aaron Sebia on the disabled list, and now Brett Laurie out. Going back is Rosales, spinning around, and he makes the catch. Nice play by Adam Rosales.
That was a tough play. That ball had some English on it. That thing had a nice slice to it. Came off the bat funny, inside out of the ball, and it's fading. He had to switch his route. Could have been a good receiver, I think, Rosales right there. That was pretty nice catch. Saw it one way, had to do the old karaoke. That's why we do it before the pregame.
Sure,
Yeah.
that's right. Well, that's exactly why.
On the footwork without falling over.
There does come a time when you won't be able to do karaoke anymore. And I'm not talking about singing. I'm talking about the karaoke.
The dance move. That's about as stretched out as you can. And he is a long arm, long leg dude. And I don't know if many more could have grabbed that.
Our Exmo brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
I like Straley right there. He started off a slider. Najee was pretty aggressive. Missed it by about a foot.
This one bounced toward Rosales. He charges to get a good hop. Guns it across. Rajay Davis is out. 2 outs here in the second inning. And that'll bring up Jeff Mathis, the catcher.
Number 6, Jeff Mathis.
Well, Dan got 2 outs in the first and fell behind 3-0. So this is the time right here as a catcher. You really want to emphasize, all right, let's get ahead. Let's keep our focus. You don't want to fall behind and get that pitch count up when you have a chance to have a short inning.
First pitch, inside corner, a strike to Mathis, hitting .243 with 5 home runs, 14 runs batted in. Came over in the offseason, trade from the Angels. That fastball, a little late life to it, and it's 0-2.
Starting first pitch fastball in, comes right back with it. Mathis is pretty late on that. I bet you he comes right back with another heater.
And it was a high heater, swing and a miss, struck him out. 9-pitch inning for Straley. He gets his second strikeout. We're headed to the bottom of the second, no score. On Comcast Sportsnet California is brought to you by Roaring Camp Railroads. Proud to welcome Thomas the Tank Engine and friends. Details at roaringcamp.com. Bottom of the second inning. No score between the A's and the Jays. A's with a 57-48 record. 4.5 games behind the Rangers in the AL West, but they hold the #1 wild card spot by a half game over the Angels.
Not that.
So the AL wild card race is the A's on top. First pitch to Cespedes is bounced toward third. Vizquel drops it, throws, and it's not in time. Well, once he dropped it, Vizquel does not have a real strong arm. He did not have much of a chance to get Cespedes.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's one of those kind of choppers down the line. Couldn't find a hop that he could come in on. Had to stay back. As soon as he backhands and drops it, he's never had a great arm, but from that, it's dropped a little bit as he's gotten older. Not able to get any momentum. His legs going. Had to kind of go from a dead start. Cespedes runs good. Not going to get him.
So that's a base hit for Cespedes, and Carter swings and misses. Remember Vizquel? He always seemed like he got the runner at first by the same amount every time. No matter what kind of ground ball it was, got him by half a step.
Eckstein was kind of the same way.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, though, there was no better combination that I had ever seen. It was when him and Alomar were in Cleveland. It was a show. It was Globetrotters on dirt.
Well, that's the thing. They were both sensational, but there was a flair to them, too, which made it even better.
It was the most fluid thing you'd ever seen. It was ballet.
0-2 pitch to Carter, blocked by Mathis.
Of course, I've never been to the ballet, but I imagine that's what it would have looked like.
Seen enough good fielders in your game. 271 for Chris Carter with 8 home runs. Brandon Inge will be next. That changeup from Brett Cecil.
Absolutely. Probably my most impressed part of his game is taking that pitch right there. I mean, that is exactly what he would have swung through. Big swing, missed out front. It's a 1-2 count. He throws a good change low and away, and he's able to see it and take that pitch. That's the part that's going to keep him up here and allow him to have that success that he's capable of having.
So there's your wild card standings. Tigers, Rays, Orioles, all very close. Now the Orioles lost tonight and the Rays won. Those Angels are battling the White Sox. That game is 6-6 in the 8th inning, so we'll keep a very close eye on that. Angels and White Sox. Texas is leading Kansas City 5-2 in the 8th inning in Kansas City. Payoff pitch, and that one just missed outside, and it's a walk. 2 on, nobody out here in the second. This was the start on Tuesday against the Athletics for Brett Cecil, and he took the loss, but he had 8 strikeouts in 6 innings.
Well, he had the ball going down pretty good. When you got a guy like this who's not overpowering, you got to have some angle. You got to have some tilt. You can't be flat. If you can get your fastball sinking away, and I mean sinking, not flat plane, but sinking with tilt, going down, getting out of the zone, you're going to have some success. And in those highlights, you could see that ball going down.
Here's Inge. The first pitch is a strike. Well, Cecil in 2010 led the Blue Jays in wins with 15. So I think the Blue Jays were thinking we have a young, quality left-hander to maybe build around. But last year he took a couple steps backward, and this year he actually began the season in Double-A. He's worked his way back to the big leagues. Inge goes around, and it's 0-2.
Well, sometimes it's a case of you're new, like Straley, nobody knows you, have some success early, but then there's adjustments.
Yeah.
Once they adjust, you got to adjust, and it just goes on from there.
left field, and that's a base hit. Rajay Davis has it. Cespedes wheeling around third. He's going to score. Throw is way offline, and the A's take a 1-0 lead.
Well, if there's one time Brandon Inge likes to hit, it's been in scoring position. And he comes through again here to extend his hitting streak to 13 games. It's a ball over the plate. Deposited into left field. Scores the speedy Cespedes.
Well, I just don't think you'll find a more productive 212 hitter than Brandon Inge. It's still hard to believe that he's only hitting 212 because I guess you remember all the big hits he did. And he's now got 51 RBIs.
That's impressive, hitting 212.
So we're not even 2/3 of the way through the season. So if you got 70, 75 RBIs from Brandon Inge at the end of the year, I think the A's would be thrilled.
Well, he's on his way.
Yeah, he's right on pace for that. 1-0 pitch to Norris on the outside corner. So 1-1 the count. Norris 195, 3 home runs, Scott.
I'm sure he'd like to help out his new battery mate. Make a splash in his return. He's got some power.
Yeah.
This kid's strong kid. And he can handle a fastball over the plate. Getting these counts, and there's a good chance he'll get one.
Well, he was sent down on Sunday. Back to the big leagues on Friday. So he was really only out for 4 days. Pitch is low and bluffed. Okay. Now Seth Smith to the disabled list. And this is why right there. Hamstring grabbed him a little bit. So he was placed on the 15-day disabled list. Brett Cecil is going to be checked on, speaking of injuries. But you heard me say, well, Derek Norris was only in the minor leagues for 4 days. Generally, you get sent down, you have to stay there for 10 days. Unless you come back to replace an injured player. And in this case, the A's made the transaction Norris for Seth Smith.
So it was a timing thing.
Yeah. So he is taking the place of an injured player, and that's Smith. If you're just joining us, Scribner and Miller sent down. Kurt Suzuki traded. Seth Smith to the DL today. Straley brought up. Michael Taylor, Derek Norris brought back up, and Pat Neshek, a right-handed reliever who was acquired in a trade from the Orioles. That one hit hard. Nice play by Johnson. Flips to Escobar. Spins around. The throw to first is not in time, but a very nice play by Kelly Johnson.
Yeah, that ball was hit really hard, and you got a little bit of a break because it kind of hit the front side of the mound, which slows it up and kicks it up in the air just a hair. Clocks it, hits it, pops it up just a little bit, takes a little speed off it. That's a nice play up the middle, and Norris gets down the line pretty good for a catcher.
He does. Yeah, we have found that out.
That is a blocky body moving pretty good.
As the years go by, the speed may slow down. Right? You were a catcher. Come on.
My speed never slowed down.
Stayed the same.
There's a rule, I think, that once your agent's faster than you got to get out of the game.
That's probably
so that's what happened.
RBI chance for Adam Rosales. Hits it hard. Escobar has it. Flipped to second for one, and that's a double play. So tough luck for the A's. A couple of hard hit balls, but they do get a run on Inge's RBI single. 1-0 A's after 2.
Blue Jays game tomorrow at the Holiday Inn, Oakland Airport. A's starter Tommy Milone will be interviewed. Come be part of the show and you can win A's prizes and enjoy great food and beverage specials at the Holiday Inn, Oakland Airport Diamond Sports Bar and Grill at 77 Hegenberger in Oakland.
So Tommy Milone is going to pitch on Sunday. A.J. Griffin, sitting right next to him, is going to pitch tomorrow. And Brandon Inge has an RBI single to give the A's the 1-0 lead. Top of the third. Dan Straley so far, 38 pitches. 29 in the first inning. 9 in the second inning. That was a 3-up, 3-down inning.
Got the kinks out the first time. Settled in the second.
First pitch to Anthony goes. Bunt attempt. He pulls the bat back and it's called a strike.
Inge has got him in. He had him in before that, aware that he might bunt.
There's the numbers at AAA for goes. He's very fast. And as we saw last night, he's got a terrific arm in right field.
Absolute cannon. Made a great throw. One that if it was 2 feet over, would have been one of those highlights.
Yep. Bounce to Straley, who picks it up. He's going to tag him himself. Nicely done. And that's out number 1. So Goes is retired on the ground out. And now it's Omar Vizquel.
Omar Vizquel.
So Vizquel came in the game for Brett Laurie. Some tightness in his side. First pitch to Vizquel is low.
He just shaded in on Vizquel as well. He's got an interesting. Inge's got an interesting setup with his feet when he plays inside. A lot of third basemen have a reactionary way they feel comfortable, and he's got a real staggered setup. Chavi always had an interesting setup, but it's a timing thing to get them ready to break in or back or wherever they need to be. But he's got a real staggered, his own original setup.
Strike call to Vizquel, 2-1. Vizquel now with 2,861 career hits. I don't think there's any doubt that he very much wants to get to 3,000 hits, but it doesn't sound like that's going to happen. He's got one there, though, as he lines it to left field.
Well, it's a short, quiet, little compact stroke, and that is just exactly what you want from a little statured guy. Spray it around the infield. I've seen him do that way too many times. He sure keeps in good shape.
Yep. So Colby Rasmus steps in. Shows bunt, takes low. He had a bunt hit last night. So how old do you think Omar Vizquel is, Scott?
I'm going to go with 44.
Yeah, he's 40. He turned 45 in April of this year. He got to the big leagues in 1989. And that was with the Seattle Mariners.
The Mariners. I remember that.
He was maybe the glue to those great Indians teams that came close to winning a World Series or two, but could not. They had all the power hitters, but
offensive, just an amazing club offensively, but they were the glue defensively.
This one's popped up. Norris fires the mask. He's got it. Rasmus is retired. That's out number 2. So that'll bring up Encarnacion.
The one thing is, when you catch those pop-ups as a catcher here, they teach you to turn around, locate the ball, and then chuck your mask. Well, when you chuck your mask, it always ends up in the dirt, and you've been sweating on the thing, and then it's all grimy, and he's cleaning it off on his already dirty leg. That's why catchers are grimy. That's why I love them.
Encarnacion steps in. He popped out to Weeks in the first inning. That Angels-White Sox game is still tied 6-6 in the bottom of the 8th inning in Chicago. Zach Greinke started that game. It was his second start for the Angels. He stuck around to the 7th inning, but gave up the 6 runs. Another pop-up. Rosales out. Still going out. And Rosales has it. Side retired. A hit and a runner left. We're going to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Weeks will lead it off. 1-0 A's. For Ford, right choice. Speaking of Major League debuts as a starter, June 8th, 1999, that's Tim Hudson. Made his Major League debut in an interleague game in San Diego. 5 innings, gave up 7 hits, but 11 strikeouts. He got the win, and he got a base hit as well. Tim Hudson, a good hitter, terrific athlete. Folks enjoyed it. Tim Hudson got the win. That was June 8th, 1999, his Major League debut. So Hudson debuted in '99, and then Mulder and Zito debuted in 2000, and well, the rest is history. The big three stuck together for a while.
If you were to ask him about what he was most proud of today, I think he would talk about his hit.
He was a good hitter, though. Still is.
Position player that pitched. There's Hudson.
Tim Hudson won tonight for his new team, the Atlanta Braves. Tim Hudson is now an 11-game winner. His Braves right in the thick of the National League East race and the National League wild card race. 2-1 now to Jamal Weeks. He'll be followed by Crisp and Gomes. Weeks hitting .216, couple of home runs, 17 RBIs. This one's popped up in foul territory. Cooper on the move, and he makes the catch. Goes into a slide, and a nice play by the rookie first baseman, David Cooper.
Well, that right there has kind of been the problem for Weeks this year. I've been talking to Chili Davis about it, and he just, for a little guy, hitting a lot of balls in the air. And a lot of it isn't that he's trying to. It's just that his swing path kind of has that uppercut plane, and he ends up making a lot of contact on the lower half of the ball. I mean, if you're a little guy, you can't live in the air. And he knows it. It's just more difficult than it looks to make that adjustment. But he's talented enough to do it. Could break out here any day.
First pitch to Coco Crisp is outside. Coco looped one into center field for a hit, leading off the bottom of the first. That one right back to Brett Cecil, and that's out number 2.
Good change of pace there from Cecil. Coco ended up cueing that changeup off the end of the bat. Really has good arm action on that changeup. I think he'd like to get a little bit more sink or a little bit more dive at the end of it. But the speed change and the arm action is really good. It's a pitch that I know he leans on heavily.
So Brett Cecil looking for his first 3-up, 3-down inning. He's got a couple double play balls tonight. One in the first inning and then a big one in the second.
Pretty balanced attack.
That's the lowest percentage of fastballs that I've seen this year. We show that graphic on all of our starting pitchers. 36%. Bartolo Colon is 89% when he throws the fastball. So just 36. That one's drilled left center field. Davis going back, and that baby is gone. 2-0 A's. So Gomes hits his 11th home run. So it will not be a 3-up, 3-down inning for Brett Cecil.
Well, this is the reason Gomes is in the lineup. He absolutely feasts on left-handers. And there's that fastball, one of the 36 percenters, and it was just up in the zone and away. And this man can absolutely pulverize a fastball left over the plate and up. And he did right there. That ball got out of here in a hurry. He is so strong and he gets such leverage, and here it is. Nobody gets on top of the ball better than this guy. On top and through.
1-1 now to Reddick.
Johnny Gomes, every time he comes to the plate, that's what he pictures in his mind. No matter he's 0 for 31 or he's 20 for 31. That guy, he visualizes hitting. Nice swing.
Reddick reaches for it, and he's going to have a base hit. So Reddick with a couple of hits last night, including a home run. He has his first hit tonight.
Well, Cecil is tough versus left-handers. They're only hitting 152 off him right now, so it's a battle. And this was a battle at bat. It was a good pitch, a good slider going away from him. And Reddick kind of fooled. Ball's going away from him. Posts up those legs and just uses his hands and throws that head. Doesn't catch it real clean, catches it off the end, but he stays on plane, stays through it, gets enough of it to dump it over there, and he feels good about that at bat, even though it didn't look like a perfect swing. That's a battle lefty at bat. That's how you keep that average up.
Cespedes had an infield single in the second inning. He scored on the Inge hit. Fastball is outside. Cespedes' batting average is now up to .309. 15 doubles, a couple of triples to go along with his 14 home runs. He's going to ground out here, side retired, but Johnny Gomes, damage done. Solo home run, his 11th of the year. So we're headed to the 4th inning. The A's with a 2-0 lead. Their second run, 2-0. A's over the Blue Jays. If you missed it or you're just joining us, A's traded Kurt Suzuki today and cash to the Washington Nationals. In return, David Freitas, a minor league catcher who will go to Double-A Midland, we are told. So Kurt Suzuki, his days as an Athletic are over, so he heads to the Washington Nationals, their first place team. So we wish Kurt Suzuki the best of luck. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and I truly mean that.
Absolute definition of class, professionalism. That was Kurt Suzuki.
Kelly Johnson drops one in. So Kurt Suzuki put out a statement today. Shouldn't be surprised, showing more class. I'd like to thank the Oakland A's organization for 8 memorable years. They gave me the opportunity to fulfill my dream of playing in the big leagues. Coaches, teammates, clubhouse staff, media, bonds that we made during my time here will always be cherished, never forgotten. Thank the city of Oakland, the greater Bay Area, for embracing me and my family. Last but not least, I'd like to thank the Oakland A's fans for supporting me during my career. Indeed, aloha to Kurt Suzuki. So we wish Kurt the best of luck. He's one of the good guys. So he was on a flight and he was headed toward the Nationals are at home. So he's going to Washington, D.C.
That's one of the tough parts of this game. You spend so much time in one spot. People don't realize how tight you get with not only teammates, but clubhouse people, the city itself, coaches, staff. And then to be uprooted like that, it's like leaving family. And I can sense that in the words he's chosen right there.
Now, Kurt was a second-round pick of the A's in 2004. And got to the big leagues in 2007. Finished with 57 home runs for the Athletics. 669 games caught. 2009 was his best season. 15 home runs and 88 runs batted in. So that was the high point for Kurt Suzuki. The problem was the offense really slowed down after that. Nobody was quite sure why, but he went from 88 RBIs that year to 71 in 2010 and 44 last year. And this year the offensive struggles continue. Now that's not taking away from his value as a catcher, because that was extremely important, especially to the young pitchers.
Yeah, they'll know that adjustment. They'll go through now. They're well aware of how important he was back there and how important on this staff.
So Escobar is retired. So some great Kurt Suzuki moments. Had some clutch hits, some walk-offs. That was one of them.
He was an athlete. I saw him jump out of a pool on YouTube. Did you ever see that?
I have seen that.
He was that smaller size catcher that you're kind of seeing a little bit of. More mobile, quickness.
Jump out of a pool.
And he jumps out of pools. That's an athlete. I'm used to just jumping in them.
Yeah, I was going to say, getting out of the pool now is like a chore.
No steps.
Oh, man.
Gotta crawl up. Scuff my knees.
Well, Kurt's got a contract that runs through next year, so he is signed through 2013. Swing and a miss by David Cooper. The count is 0-2. Cooper popped out to the shortstop in the second inning. Kelly Johnson at first. He had a leadoff single.
Well, by them getting rid of Kurt, it's sure saying something about what they think of these young guys, Norris and Guitars and some of the guys. So,
a lot of confidence in the young man, Derek Norris.
If you haven't seen a lot of him, there's a lot of people think he's going to be a really good one.
There's Guitars and Derek Norris. Now be your catchers.
It's nice having a lefty-righty combo catching core.
So 0-2 to Cooper. Rajai Davis in the on-deck circle. Australia has allowed 3 hits so far. Walked 1, struck out 2.
It's been interesting to see how he's put guys away. I'm haven't seen a ton of him, so to accumulate that many strikeouts, he's gone to a lot of different things. He's set guys up. He's used fastballs here. He tried to throw a slider, overthrew it a little bit, lost it, middle up. But he mixes his put away pitch, or what he wants to go to with 2 strikes. And I think Norris is trying to learn that on what he wants to go to. Hence the meetings.
Pitch is high. Looked like a changeup, and he just did not get through it.
Kind of got under it and pushed it a little bit.
42 strikes, 18 balls for 60 pitches. So the pitch count a little bit high, 29 in the very first inning, so that's the reason for that. Pitch out, nothing going on, so the count will be even at 2-2. Johnson was going. Now he spins and goes back to first. Took about 2-3 steps toward second base.
Australia took a little extra time there. Johnson got a little antsy. Couldn't wait any longer.
Is hit back to the screen as Cooper just got a piece of it. Read a story today. John Farrell's son was a teammate of Dan Straley's at Marshall University. Both pitchers. Runner goes and then stops again, and it's foul back.
Kind of an odd break right there. He started to go. He was peeking in.
You can't figure out.
Don't know what he was looking at. He's got his head tilted. Shooting mine bullets. The third base coach. I don't know what's going on. Might have been trying to pick a breaking ball. Confusion everywhere right now. Step off and take a breath.
Including in the broadcast booth. 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up to Cooper. This time runner does go, and it's drilled to center. Going back is Coco Crisp, still going back, and it's over his head. Bounces off Crisp. Well, I think the ball going off the wall and then hitting Coco Crisp actually helped the A's, because if it rolls away from Coco at all, Johnson's going to score, but instead he holds at third. So second and third, 1 out.
Well, this ball's just up over the middle of the plate. Is a great at bat. 10th pitch. He absolutely squares this. Coco gets a great beat on it. I thought he'd have it, but it was like a hovercraft. And you're right. It came right off the wall. And if this thing kicks anywhere left or right, Johnson scoring right off him and pops right into his glove.
He not only scores, but Cooper may be at third. So
with 1 out.
Yeah.
So that's a break there for the A's.
So here's Rajai Davis. Corner infielders come in. Middle infielders stay back. Outfield shifted around toward right. Davis grounded out to short in the second inning. Blue Jays had 2 on and 2 out in the first inning. And this one is cued foul. Kind of like a high slider that Rajai chased.
Chased one the first at bat, and he chases another one there. Very aggressive against Straley right now. Wouldn't be surprised if with the base open, that he gets fed a steady diet of some tough pitches.
Another slider that stayed inside. On deck is Jeff Mathis, another right-handed hitter.
Part of Straley's strength is the ability to locate down in the zone, and he is not doing that right now. Sometimes a tendency to overthrow, or your body's quicker than your arm and it can't catch up, and you lose a lot of those breaking balls early, and they end up backing up and staying up in the zone. And we've seen that in the last few innings from Straley.
Swing and a miss. That was a good one.
Everything caught up, sync was good, timing was there, and then the action was there. He gets stacked and he gets his arm out, and there's that downward tilt. You'll see it come out of his hand early when it's wrong, but when he holds on to it and gets that release point out front, that's the kind of action that he gets. That's a filthy pitch. You can make a living down there.
And this one's drilled toward right center. Coco on the move. He's going to get there. He's got it. Kelly Johnson tags. Johnson will score easily. Throw goes into second base. So it looked like another high slider, and it helped Rajai Davis get the ball in the air.
Not as good as the one he threw prior, but you can see it kind of come out of his hand early there, and you get a little bit of a hump, stays up in the zone, and at this level, these guys don't miss those pitches very often.
So Rajai Davis gets his 27th RBI, and the Blue Jays are on the board. 2 outs now for Mathis. Mathis struck out swinging in the second inning. Straley has 2 strikeouts. Another breaking ball that's high.
That's the curveball. He doesn't throw a whole lot. It's kind of a first pitch, show me type of pitch. Try to get an early strike, but you could even see that one come out a little early.
Pretty simple. Seeing it early makes it a lot easier to hit, or at least recognize whether it's going to be a ball or a strike.
The whole thing's about deception. You don't want the hitter to have any extra time knowing what's coming. But as I think as Norris and Straley work together more and Kurt Young sees him, there'll be keys that you'll be able to go to remind him and get him back locked in. So that's part of the break-in process.
High fastball there, and Mathis swings and misses.
Not probably exactly where he wanted it, but he's one of those guys that only throws, what, 90, 92, but it seems to have a little more life than that velocity would indicate. Reminds me of Aaron Harang. Didn't throw real hard, but everybody would come to first base and say, man, it feels like 95, 96.
So 2-2 the count. 72 pitches now for Straley. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball there. Mathis strikes out for the second time. So 3 strikeouts for Straley, but a run for the Blue Jays. It's 2-1. AT&T, who has the highest career average as a Blue Jay versus the Athletics. Well, they've been around since 1977. So go back there, see if you can pull out a name. Blue Jays and the Mariners came in together in 1977. Carter to lead it off, bottom of the fourth, followed by Inge and Norris. Carter walked in the second inning. A's have an RBI single from Inge in that second, and a Gomes home run in the third for their 2 runs. Pitch there on the outside corner, off speed.
Cecil really falls to his glove side, doesn't he? If you can see, after he finishes, he really comes off and falls off the mound to his glove side.
That one hit high to left. Davis back, and that baby is gone. Carter answers back, and it's 3-1 A's. Well up the stairway in left field.
That ball was hammered. He hammers balls that he doesn't even hit good. He can hit them high, he can hit them low, but he can hit them long. Strong man.
So home run number 9.
Straley's got to feel good about getting that run right back.
Inge pops a foul back.
Ricardo did a great job. He's showing his patience. He's putting himself in those hitters counts where he's able to get a pitch, something he can handle, something he can do. What he can do is just pulverize a ball. Got himself in a 2-0 count and got the one he wanted.
Wow, just floated right over the plate.
Starting with a couple breaking balls, comes right back, saw him really good. Left it up inside, but not fooled at all. That is a guy that has really slowed the game down. I think earlier he's really tried to force the issue. He's let the ball come to him, and oh my goodness, that is some leverage and torque coming from a big man. He is going to hit a lot of those. And that's the look right there that I've done this a few times.
Well, lately he has. In strikes out looking. That's the first strikeout for Brett Cecil. So last season, the A's hit 114 home runs total for the whole year. This year, now 116. And really, they were not hitting a lot of home runs early in the year, but the last couple months,
they have come in bunches.
Oh, my goodness. Gomes had one last inning. Carter has one this inning.
There's some guys in the lineup right now that are threats pretty much top to bottom.
Sure.
And this is one of them.
Norris reached on a fielder's choice in the second inning. The changeup. 2-1.
Got a pretty good changeup. They must see it pretty good. They're hitting him this year at a 293 clip, right-handers. So I'm thinking they definitely see the fastball, but I think if he's not getting that movement, staying on a corner, they're seeing it pretty well.
Pretty good breaking ball there. In for a strike, so it's 3-2.
3-1 count, probably a fastball count for most guys, but this guy doesn't throw very many fastballs. Comes back with a big breaking ball.
one's lined to right field. A base hit. That's a good job of hitting. Boy, Norris just stayed back and lined it to right center.
Have your kids eat lunch with the A's this school year. Tomorrow when the A's play the Blue Jays, 7,500 kids will receive an A's lunchbox cooler presented by Capcom. For more information and tickets, go to oaklandathletics.com/tickets. Yeah, Norris hit that ball really nice. He 3-1 count, gets a big breaking ball. 3-2 as a hitter, you don't really know what you're going to get. Gets a fastball, and he was kind of late on it, let his hands work, and absolutely hit a rocket to right. So that was good reactionary thing, but I could tell he had breaking ball in his mind. Good adjustment.
So Rosales hits. And Norris takes off for second. Throw is low, and it's dug out. And a nice play by Kelly Johnson to get Norris. So Norris trying to swipe a bag, show off that speed. Can't do it.
This right here was the short lead, sneak attack, first move off the lefty. And Cecil was not going for it.
So 1-0 the count to Adam Rosales. There's a shot into the glove of Omar Vizquel on the backhand. Side retired. Chris Carter with a long home run. And I mean long. It's his 9th of the year, so the A's lead 3-1. Average as a Blue Jay versus the Athletics. The Hall of Famer Roberto Alomar hit .335 in 197 at-bats. 7 different teams, but the World Series rings with the Blue Jays. 12-time All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove winner, and last year's Hall of Fame inductee along with Bert Blyleven.
For a while there wasn't anybody better.
No, do it all.
He could do it all.
Anthony goes, pops the first pitch back. Goes Vizquel, Rasmus here in the top of the 5th inning. The Angels and the White Sox have gone to extra innings in Chicago. It's 6-6 with the Angels threatening in the top of the 10th inning. Texas has won their game in Kansas City by a final score of 5-3. changeup in for a strike. Goes grounded out to Straley, who picked up a little dribbler down the first base line, and tag goes.
Got him on that changeup the first time, and he gets him on it again.
So that is strikeout number 4 for Straley.
Well, this pitch really dives. That's dive. Good arm action. He's got some sink to. Good arm action, good fade to the ball, and then the bottom falls out of it. It seems like it just doesn't going to get there. It's a tough pitch to lay off.
So here's Omar Vizquel. Brett Lawrie, the starting third baseman, left after 1 at bat. Some tightness in his side, so Vizquel came in the game in the bottom of the first inning. His first at bat was the third when he slapped a single to left field. So those Brett Lawrie fans are not happy. No. They only saw 1 at bat from their favorite Blue Jay player. For Vizquel, of course, it started with the Mariners, as we said, but the great years were with Cleveland. But he also played 4 years in San Francisco, 1 year in Texas, and then the last 2 years with the White Sox. I know the Rangers people said he was very valuable. Hit leaders, active players. Johnny Damon was let go today by the Cleveland Indians. That one up the middle. Rosales ranging far to his left, throws in time. So 2 outs here in the 5th inning.
Good range play there of Rosales. Omar might be 45, but he still gets down the line pretty good. Fields that almost directly behind second base. But Omar got out of the box pretty good. He was kind of swinging or running when he was swinging. Kind of a put it in play, but man, he still moves pretty good.
So here's Colby Rasmus. A single and a foul out to the catcher for Rasmus. He's 3 for 7 in this series.
Inge still gives him a little bit of a look as if he might bunt. I think that first bunt he laid down that last night is still in his head. That was a pretty good bunt. For a guy that can leave the yard like that, that was a pretty impressive bunt.
Strike called on the fastball, 1-2. .86 pitches now for Straley. And good spot on that fastball up and in, and he gets a couple of strikeouts here in the 5th. He's got 5 in the game. And we're headed to the bottom of the 5th. 3-1 A's.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
3-1 A's, bottom of the 5th. There's our Subway Eat Fresh Ask Glenn and Scott question. Bo from San Leander asks, Scott, do you remember your major league debut? If so, what were your memories of that day?
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Right. Well, we did research. We have exactly what happened, so I want to see if your memory is good. What happened?
What happened on my debut? A little background. I was a Don Mattingly freak growing up, so I was a big fan. And I got a pinch hit call against the Yankees. It was the 8th inning. David Cohn was pitching.
You are absolutely correct, sir.
And I came into Yankee Stadium under that labyrinth after running in from the bullpen, and you get hit by the lights. Pretty big stage. And I worked a 3-1 count, and I thought, oh man, I'm one ball away from meeting Don Mattingly.
There's a base hit for Weeks. Rajai Davis cuts it off.
Well, I decided to swing, and I hit a ball right down the line, about a foot from going out, about a foot from being foul. Easy double, right? Stand-up double. I come around first base, and as I'm coming around, I see Don Mattingly right there, and I thought, where am I going? I might not ever get a... So I put the brakes on, and I hung out with my hero, and it was...
So you stretched a double into a single, huh?
I did that more than once in my career, but that was a special one. Don Mattingly, he was pretty cool. He came up to me, and he goes, hey, rookie, they show you where second base was? I just smiled. Pretty cool night.
You're right on. Yep. It was September 8th, 1995. So you were pinch hitting. Do you know who you were pinch hitting for?
Ooh, I have no idea.
Bill Hasselman.
Bill Hasselman. Okay. Yeah, that was a whirlwind. Pretty cool stage to have your first at bat.
Well, I was going to say, yeah.
I hardly felt my body.
You get a hit at Yankee Stadium in your first major league at bat. Leadoff runner aboard for the A's. Timeout call.
Good to see Weeks put some good wood on that ball. Start things off. That was a nice swing. I know they want to get him going. Tough duo when they're both hot. Chris and Weeks at the top of that order. That's...
Bounce toward third. Vizquel has it. Fires to second, and they get the out there. Kelly Johnson had to keep his foot on the bag, and he did. Some career numbers for partner Scott Hatteberg. Finished his career in Cincinnati, 4 years with the A's.
Number 31, Johnny.
106 career home runs and a pretty good career average of 273. So 4 years with the A's. How many years with Cincinnati?
3 with Cincinnati and 6 with Boston.
Okay. So you got to play in the American League and the National League. Did you enjoy your time in the National League?
I really did. I learned to appreciate it. I think it's a different game. When you're not playing, you got to be ready.
Yeah.
There's a lot of strategy that kind of kicks in around the 5th, 6th inning, depending on how your pitcher's doing. So it's a American League. You can kind of, if you're not playing, sit back and drink coffee till the 8th or 9th. But Cincinnati or the National League, you got to be ready much earlier. So you play a lot of manager in your head.
Gomes homered in the 3rd inning.
He hammered that ball, and he's back into another fastball count. So it'll be interesting to see what Cecil does here. I'm not so sure he's going to get another cookie.
And it's low, and now it's 3-0.
Well, here's Johnny with a ball head he likes. Up over the plate. And he's about as good as a mistake hitter as I've seen. And when he catches it, there are no doubters. I'm amazed how fast they get out of here. I watch him in BP, and it's like the golf range.
It was his 11th home run of the year.
You think he's swinging here 3-0 if he gets a cookie?
Why not?
I think he's swinging too.
Although he can at times be very selective. I mean, he's not a free swinger.
He really isn't. He looks like he's going to be, but he is a selective, patient guy. I think if he gets a good one, he might take a pass out. Or not.
And it's a strike.
Taking a bit of a walk. I think he wanted it. Shaking his head. He's going to dream of that pitch tonight.
May not take again, though. Coco not running, and that one's drilled down the left field line, and it is off the top of the wall. Coco Crisp digging for third. Johnny Gomes with a long single, and the A's have first and third, one out here in the fifth.
Well, I'm really surprised at that pitch selection. He got away with 1-3-0, him not swinging. That was a ball he could handle, and he came back. A little better pitch, kind of low and in. A little bit more over the plate than he wanted. And Gomes will sleep better now that he got a hold of that one. But when I say golf range, this guy hits, that's like a hooded 2 iron. That ball was
3-4 more feet, and it's out.
You got to check the padding there. He might have broke something.
So meeting at the mound, bullpen is quiet. But quite frankly, Brett Cecil has really not had an easy inning. The first inning, he gave up a leadoff single. Then he got a double play. But the second inning, A's scored a run. Third inning, A's scored a run. Fourth inning, A's scored a run. And they're at it here again in the fifth.
Well, he's really had to scramble. I mean, even with the double plays, some of these balls have been hit really, really hard. So he's had to mix it up. He's relied on his defense heavily. And they've got him out of some jams. But here he is in another one right now. Nine hits in just over 4 innings.
First pitch to Reddick is a fastball just a touch high. Ground out and the single for Reddick.
Reddick stayed on a slider nicely. Used his hands and got a base hit. He'd like to do that here. Get this running. It's a good situation for a lefty, but
good snapper there.
Cecil was pretty tough against lefties. And that pitch right there is the reason. He'll throw a smaller slider, but he also has this bigger buckler. You can see Reddick saw it at him, got out of the way, broke in late for a strike.
This one's hit very high. Right center. Goes, and Rasmus come together, and there's a collision. It ends up being Rasmus. His throw to the plate is late. Coco scores. Trying for second as Gomes. He's out. And it ends up being the final out of the inning, but a run for the Athletics. And it's now 4-1. Live for the A team. It'll be special presentation of us broadcasters, Ken Clark, Vince Cotroneo, Scott Hatterberg, and myself. We'll get together and have an unscripted roundtable discussion about tonight's game. We're going to call it the A team, and it's only on A's postgame live right here on Comcast Sportsnet California after the game. So those two fine gentlemen will slide on over to the TV booth. We'll talk about what we hope is an A's victory. Right now, the A's leading 4-1. They've scored single runs in the second, third, fourth, and fifth. So 4-9-0 for the A's, 1-4-0 for the Blue Jays. Straley's first pitch to Encarnacion is a strike. Straley has retired 5 in a row.
Well, what he's done tonight really well, I think, is that he's got strike one. He's got ahead of a lot of guys. Might not have seen the put away action that he's been getting in the minor leagues, but he's definitely getting ahead and getting in good counts.
And he's ahead 0-2 to Encarnacion, who will be followed by Johnson and then Escobar here in the 6th inning. That one fouled. Heads up, Scott. I think that's the closest we've come to getting a ball up here this year.
See those reflexes?
Yeah, you were right. You were going to scoop it like a low throw.
I was going to tackle it.
Fastball is high. 1-2. Encarnacion has popped out to second and popped out to short. He's 2 for 6 in the series. And that one's drilled to left. Cespedes is under it. Stays in the ballpark, so Encarnacion got under that one.
He just missed that.
He did.
Tried to climb the ladder a couple times with a fastball. Stayed with the fastball and came inside. But this time down in the zone.
Swing and a miss by Kelly Johnson with the changeup. Looks like he's starting to get a better feel for everything now.
You're getting that good downhill plane, that angle. That release point out front, which gives it that dive. And that's where he's going to make his money, right there. And get his swings and misses. That's late action. Right as the bat head gets to the zone and it fades out of the zone.
Inge has it. Guns it across. 2 outs.
That's what you'll end up getting. A lot of ground balls. If not swing and misses.
Now batting, number 5,
Brandon Lyon starting to throw. So here's Escobar. 2 outs. Nobody on. Escobar has grounded out and flied out. So he's 0 for 2. Good pitch on the outside corner. Looks like he's Straley working a little more quickly now.
Sometimes
in a better groove.
Sometimes I think that it's good for a guy, especially a young guy and a new guy to the league, to get a little tired. Body slows down. The muscles aren't quite as fresh and quick. Things slow down. That arm is able to catch up and get that action down in the zone where he's used to, where he's most comfortable.
Maybe the adrenaline wears off a little bit too after first couple innings. It is the major league debut. That one's hit well left field. Cespedes on the move. Cespedes on the move, and it's over his head. Coco grabs it in the air and gets it back in. Escobar with a 2-out double. So Cespedes, using that great speed, almost got to it.
Well, Escobar took a serious hack at this, and I thought it might have got on his hands or on the label a little bit. He still got enough of it. I mean, you could see the leverage he put in the swing. Catches it good, Pretty good break by Cespedes. I thought he was on this. Can't tell right how close it was to his glove, but he had the right line. Just out of his reach.
Well, when he starts going after it, he has such great speed. You immediately think he's going to track it down.
He's got good speed, and I saw him take that first step, and that was a good angle. You can tell as long as they don't belly or anything, if you read it off the bat right and your line is straight, you read it well, and he read that ball really well. Just came up short.
So Kurt Young heads back.
Now batting.
Finishes the meeting with the youngster Dan Straley. So the first pitch is just a bit outside.
There's that good change again.
One and 0 to Cooper, who doubled in the fourth, popped out in the second. So 2-0 now. Balfour starts to throw out in the A's bullpen. 101 pitches for Straley. Popped up. So a 2-0 changeup. Inge has it, side retired. So indeed, nice job of pitching by Straley through 6 innings, and the A's lead 4-1. Sixth inning, it's time for the Coors Light Freeze Can. Coors Light Freeze Can is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. It's the world's most refreshing beer. So Dan Straley, 6 innings. It's a good possibility he could be done for the night. We'll see. He leads 4-1 in his major league debut.
Was that family members, the painted Dan?
Well, I don't know if they're family members, certainly friends.
Definitely fans. The Dan fans.
So Cespedes to lead it off. We got a new pitcher for the Blue Jays. I'll tell you about him. It is with the Brandon line in a minute. The battery mates. So nice job tonight for Straley. A sigh of relief. (102 pitches. Slowly hit. Johnson's going to have to hurry, and Cespedes beat it out. So 2 infield hits tonight for Yoenis Cespedes. How about that? Johnson was playing way over. Way over. Watch where he comes from.
That's a long ways to go. Kind of a chopper. Had a little English on it. I think it started working away from him. The momentum couldn't get over the top to throw the ball. And Cespedes, he runs so good. He smelled that hit from as soon as he hit it.
Man.
Pretty good breaking ball from Lyon, too.
So that is hit number 10 for the Athletics. And here's Carter, who homered in the 4th. And that is a good breaking ball. So when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up and smog expert. Brandon Lyon, 2.90 ERA, came over in that 10-player trade from the Astros. That was on the 20th of July.
He's one of those odd guys where right-handers actually hit him better.
Which is a little strange, especially if you got a good breaking ball or good slider as a right-handed pitcher.
Got a good fastball, but he's got that cutter, too. He really likes to throw off right off that fastball. And he's got a pretty big curveball, which we saw to Cespedes. He's got some size, a little depth.
Carter fouls it straight back. The White Sox got a 2-run walk-off home run from Alex Rios in the bottom of the 10th inning and defeated the Angels 8-6. So there you go. 2 good teams going at it there, and we will be keeping a close eye on that series all weekend long. Next weekend, the A's will be in Chicago to take on the White Sox. One and 2 the count to Carter. There's a breaking ball, and Carter lays off. Sometimes you can see how far a hitter has come, in this case Chris Carter, watching them take pitches.
I think that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest adjustment you can make, especially as a power hitter. You come up and they expect, in your mind, oh, I got to hit home runs. First thing is you want to be big. You want to hit the ball a long ways. That's how you do it. But he's learned, and he's taken his lumps up here. And Chili's done a great job working with him, making him be short, slow things down.
Cespedes goes, and he'll make it easily. The pitch was called a strike, so Carter's called out on strike. But Cespedes got a great jump, and he's got such terrific acceleration. It was an easy steal for him.
He was getting a pretty good lead the pitch before they threw over, but he gets to top speed for such a big guy. His first step is pretty impressive.
Be a good running back, wouldn't he?
Oh, man. He's got that rare combination.
You see him just getting around the corner, and then little Bo Jackson. See ya.
I would hate to have to get in front of him after he got 3 or 4 steps. He is a brick. Reminds me a little bit of Raul Mondesi.
Yeah, that's a good call. So it would be an Olay tackle for you? Is that what you're saying?
I might come up with some sort of injury, or something might have flown in my eye, and my angle would have changed.
Yeah, the bad angle. I just took a bad angle.
There's that cutter again. He likes that pitch. It's got pretty good movement. A little bigger break than I'd expect from having the velocity be so similar to his fastball. That's 88 miles an hour. Pretty good break to it. Likes it versus his right-handers.
So 0-1 to Inge, who has an RBI single and a strikeout. So Cespedes now in scoring position for Inge. Cespedes takes off. Throw to third is there, and they got it. So that's the second out.
Well, I couldn't tell the jump he got here. Not a bad idea if he's sleeping. He didn't quite have the momentum going. It's a nice throw. He kind of came from a dead start. Got a good break, but you kind of got to have some momentum, that kind of running into it if you're going to take that base, unless you're just an absolute stolen base thief.
That one down the left field line, headed for the corner, and it is foul.
Tough to get thrown out of third base when you got a guy like this up at the plate who's so good with runners in scoring position. Just hooked that one around the pole. Got out and around it just a little bit, and what that does is it makes the ball hook. And I'm sure he's leaning right now. We can't see him, but that is just left of the pole.
So 0-2. And a pretty good breaking ball there. In, strikes out. So the A's get a hit, but do not score, and we are headed to the 7th inning. It's 4-1 Athletics. McDonald's true story. Here it is, August 13th of 2002. A's beat the Blue Jays behind Barry Zito and a clutch two-run single by Eric Chavez. So what's the significance, you ask? What's the big deal? Well, it was the first win of the record 20-game win streak. So August 13th, 2002 is when it all started. Remember that?
I don't remember the first one.
But you remember the last one.
I remember a few of the later ones.
So it's 4-1, the A's over the Blue Jays. We reach the 7th inning as Grant Balfour comes in. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog expert. So Balfour takes over for Dan Straley. Straley goes 6 innings in his Major League debut. So the terrific A's bullpen will try to get the final 9 outs and get Straley a win in his first big league start.
Well, he's sure been consistent. That opponent batting average is 180. About the same from both. So he is a tough at bat.
Davis, Mathis, and goes. And the first pitch is bounced toward Inge. He jumps up to catch it and fires it across in time. So Rajay Davis is retired on 1 pitch.
If Rajay is anything, he is aggressive at the plate. He is not waiting around.
So here's Mathis, who has had a tough game. Couple of strikeouts, both swinging.
Well, I'm sure he's glad for the pitching change.
Who's this Straley kid? I can't get a hit on him. I can't make contact. Probably won't get a whole lot easier with Balfour.
No, it definitely won't.
Right back to Balfour, who grabs it. Underhand the first, 2 outs.
You're going to get a little bit more velocity with Balfour. Hit 95 right there. A little bit more of a power approach.
Number 43, Anthony Gross.
So here's Gross. A couple of numbers from that White Sox 8-6 win over the Angels. As we said, Rios with the walk-off home run. It was the second home run in the game by Rios. Trout hit another one, his 19th. Pujols hit his 23rd. Brzezinski hit his 19th for the White Sox. So a lot of home runs in that game, 5 total. So the White Sox win. The team that's chasing them. In the Central, the Tigers win 10-2 over Cleveland. Prince Fielder hit his 18th home run. Darren Oliver starts to throw. So the Indians are fading fast. They've lost 7 in a row. So the White Sox win, the Tigers win. It's still a 2.5 game lead for Chicago in the Central.
The ball force going right at Ghost here. He's been a little late on that fastball. And I imagine he's going to stick with it.
Why not? That one down off the foot. The Rangers 5, the Royals 3. That's a final.
Well, when you see a guy wearing this on your foot, I think he missed it. He needs a higher one right there, but it's somebody who does that a lot. Thankfully, I didn't do that a lot, but I've seen some of the damage that 95 that you foul off your shin inflicts on you. That's some serious bruising. Talk about firework night. It looks like fireworks on your shin. Interesting coloration.
Doesn't go away till the season's over?
No.
Another 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Right by goes, down around the knees on the outside corner. Nice 3-up, 3-down inning for Balfour. 7th inning stretch coming up, 4-1 A's. Tomorrow's game here at the Coliseum. The left-hander Ricky Romero. He's a good pitcher, but he's not having a very good year, if that makes any sense. ERA of 5.69 against A.J. Griffin, who's 3-0 with a 2.51 ERA. Come your way at 12:30 with A's pregame live, and then the ball game a little after 1. So that's tomorrow. So day baseball from the Coliseum. Same thing on Sunday. And then the Angels come in.
Well, good pitcher with bad stats that's a real truism. I've faced plenty of guys with 5.5 ERAs and thought, how does this guy give up a hit? So you never know from day to day.
0-2 to Derek Norris. Brandon Lyon, his second inning of work. Blevins digging in out in the bullpen. Overhand breaking ball.
Well, Lyon really likes to work the ball right to left. He likes to take that cutter off his fastball. Rarely throws it straight. Coupled out with that big breaking ball right there. He really tries to keep it going away from righties. In fact, I'm surprised that they're hitting for a better average than left-handers just by looking at the stuff.
So 1 out for Adam Rosales, who's 0 for 2. Hit a ball hard his last at bat, lined out to third. In that Rangers win, Harrison got his 13th victory of the year. Guthrie took the loss for the Royals, and Ogando got a save. Mitch Moreland hit his 11th home run, so Moreland back off the disabled list. Flip to first, and Rosales with a head-first slide out by a step.
Got to get the uniform dirty if you're Rosie. Voos is grabbing his hair going, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That's the way Rosie plays, and I love it. There he goes, hair on fire, leaning forward, and the dive. Got quite a distance on there, almost landed on the base there with the chest.
Olympics would have liked it.
Yeah, he's got some Olympian in him.
2 outs for Weeks. First pitch to Weeks is a bit low. Yankees beat the Mariners 6-3. So the Mariners have their 7-game winning streak snapped at Yankee Stadium. Sabathia got his 11th win with a complete game free hitter. Big CC struck out 10. Millwood took the loss. Twins beat the Red Sox 6-5 in 10 innings at Fenway. Red Sox had an early lead in that game but lost it. And the Rays shut out the Orioles 2-0. Matt Moore got the win. So the Rays may be making a little move.
They're playing well right now.
In fact, they will jump into second place. They'll jump ahead of the Orioles in that AL East. And the Rays very much in the wild card mix.
Jamal getting his first taste of the left side tonight. And a good hitter's count. Rolls it over.
Cooper has it. Side retired. So Lyon has a 3-up, 3-down inning. And we're moving on to the 8th. Still 4-1 A's.
Fresno, California, is brought to you by Chevrolet and their award-winning cars, trucks, and crossovers. And by Jack in the Box. Get the all-American Jack Combo at Jack in the Box. It's a no-nonsense burger with fries and a drink for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores.
Chilly night at the ballpark, but the A's with a 4-1 lead, trying to win their second in a row over the Blue Jays. Fireworks coming up after the game. So Omar Vizquel to lead it off. Vizquel takes a strike from Balfour. So Grant Balfour had an 8-pitch 7th inning. 3 up, 3 down.
That's what you
Why
want.
not send him back out there?
We've come to expect from this A's bullpen. Quick and efficient.
Ain't that the truth? Nice crowd tonight, Scott. 30,169. And they're seeing a nice tidy ball game.
Going to see the new phenom come up.
That's right.
Hopefully become a phenom.
Vizquel, it's a pop-up. It's to our left. Vizquel is 1 for 2 after coming the game for Brett Laurie. Colby Rasmus will be next, and then Encarnacion. Coco Crisp got a terrific jump, and he makes the catch.
Bring your kids out to the Coliseum Sunday, August 5th, and the A's play the Blue Jays. 7,500 kids will receive an A's Jamile Weeks drawstring backpack, courtesy of Washington Hospital of Fremont. For more information and tickets, go to oaklandathletics.com/tickets.
Well, it is August, so you have to start thinking about
It's back to school
sending
time.
kids back to school.
Recently did that with the kids, and there's a list of items I need to get at Staples that is unbelievable.
You better get on it, Scott, before you know it. I mean,
how much Elmer's glue do I need? There's a hole in my house somewhere with Crayola pens.
Sure. It does seem like school starts earlier every year. I don't know that that's the case, but those many, many moons ago when I was in grade school, you didn't start till after Labor Day.
All I know is summer goes too fast.
Boy, boy. One and 2 the count to Colby Rasmus, who's 1 for 3. Just 5 hits for the Blue Jays. Fastball is high.
Balfour's arm looks pretty fresh right now. He's running it up there pretty good, and that is filthy.
Wow, how about that swing?
That was
You got to have nasty stuff to force a pretty good hitter to have a swing like that.
That, after throwing a couple fastballs, he throws this thing inside, realizes there's no way I'm going to catch up to it. And the only reason you keep going is to just keep that K facing forward in the book.
The only thing worse than a swinging strikeout is a looking strikeout.
That's the only thing. You're cutting your losses right there. The lesser of two evils. The backwards K. Hate it.
Well, the A's bullpen, 2.87 ERA. That is the best in the American League. The Blue Jays bullpen 4.24 ERA. That's the worst in the American League.
Well, I love the fact that you give them the ball and they just charge you. They just come right at you, real aggressive, and this guy especially. Here's what I got. Let's see what you got.
Well, very seldom do you see a good team with a bad bullpen.
Very rarely.
Swing and a miss. Encarnacion chases. So 6 up and 6 down for Grant Balfour with 3 strikeouts. Bottom of the 8th coming up. Here's our game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Dan Straley, Major League debut. Very good. 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. And he's in line for a win. Couple of home runs for the A's tonight. Johnny Gomes in the 3rd. And then Chris Carter in the 4th. The A's scored single runs in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And you get 4 with this pitching staff. You have to feel like you're in decent shape. So it is the bottom of the 8th inning as we have a new pitcher for the Blue Jays. It's the veteran, and I mean the veteran, Darren Oliver. 1-5-0 for the Blue Jays, 4-10-0 for the Athletics.
Well, you're right, the veteran. He's got like a Gumby arm because he's still doing it and doing it well.
When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up installing expert. So a terrific season for Darren Oliver.
Opponent's hitting 184. Pretty consistent from both sides.
Well, he's 41 years old. He'll be 42 in October. And this is his 17th full year in the big leagues.
That's something. He's been with some squads too.
Well, his last 4 years, his ERAs 2.88, 2.71, 2.48, 2.29. I mean, listen, the guy can still pitch.
The lefty that can do that is going to find a home if he's 50.
Signed a 1-year, $4.5 million contract with the Blue Jays. So when he first came up with the Texas Rangers, he was a starter.
Basically a 2-pitch guy. He'll throw the occasional changeup, but basically he'll pick with that fastball. That's kind of a slurvy breaking ball.
Coco Crisp is 1 for 3, a single. Reached at a fielder's choice, scored a run. Another foul ball. Gomes will be next, and then Reddick here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Rangers have won. The Angels have lost. base hit left center field. Rasmus cuts it off, and now he kicks it, and Coco will go to second. Coco was not going to go to second. He was holding up, but when that ball got booted, he took off. So it should be an error.
I was a little surprised at him coming out of the box. He didn't really. That was a ball that he could have been thinking about two out of the box with his speed, but he didn't really come out on fire. You could see him right there. It looks a little labored. Thought about putting it on, but he doesn't feel exactly right.
Yeah, he's got a little giddy up on his gait there. You see a little limp going.
Yeah, he's making.
So it is a single and then an E8, so that's the proper call. It's the first error in the game for the Jays. They're second in this series, and the A's have a runner at second. Gomes, it's a little pop-up. Cooper on the move, and Cooper cannot quite get it. A's baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California is brought to you by Cache Creek's Tropical Riches. Win cash and prizes daily through September 3rd. Visit cachecreek.com for details.
Well, Oliver's fastball isn't what it once was. That was 86, but still able to run it in on the hands of Gomes. So still has some deception.
That will hit hard toward third. Vizquel has it, takes a quick glance at Crisp, and throws out Gomes. So Crisp stays at second. That's one out.
Oliver stayed on his hands pretty good there. Didn't want to hit it. Didn't want to give him something to maybe get him to third. Gomes stayed with what he gave him. Tried to pull it, hit it hard. Nice play by Vizquel.
So Cook and Blevins. As of right now, it's a save situation for Cook. So Oliver to face Reddick. Reddick a ground out, a signal, and a sacrifice fly. Picking up his 53rd RBI of the year in the 5th inning. First pitch a bit low. In the top of the 9th inning, it'll be Johnson, Escobar, and Cooper for the Jays. Coco takes off. Throw to third is high, and it's a stolen base.
Well, he got a good jump there. Maybe his leg, maybe he was playing possum.
Well, even with Escobar really playing almost right behind him.
Not a huge lead.
No.
Escobar right on his hip, pretty much. Kind of a dead start. Oliver is pretty slow to the plate. Big leg kick, notoriously slow.
Shallow center, Rasmus coming in. Coco tagging, Rasmus has it, and he guns it in. It's cut off by Escobar as Coco was not going, and that's out number 2. They'll celebrate the 10th anniversary of the historic 20-game win streak the weekend of August 18th and the 19th. On August 18th, 15,000 fans will receive a Scott Hatteberg bobblehead presented by Pepsi featuring 3 audio clips from Bill King's famous radio call. Then on the 19th, 10,000 fans will get There's an A in Streak t-shirt courtesy of Cache Creek Casino Resort. For information and tickets, go to oaklandathletics.com. We got a pitching change. We'll be back. of the 8th inning. The Blue Jays going back to their bullpen to try to keep this a 3-run deficit. So they bring in the guy who's
Number 23.
been their closer, Casey Jansen, and he's done a very nice job. This is just a spot where John Farrell just wants to get back in the dugout. So this is Michael Taylor. Cespedes, this is his spot. But Taylor's hitting, so we have not heard anything about Yoenis Cespedes, but we will certainly pass anything on that comes up and why he is not hitting here in the 8th inning. So Taylor just called up today, hits for Cespedes. Fastball first strike. This is just moments ago. He headed in. Trainer right behind him.
Not so sure it wasn't on the stolen base attempt. Didn't seem like he had anything wrong, but nevertheless, he's out. And Taylor gets to face a closer.
On a chilly night.
On a chilly night.
So Taylor back in the big leagues. Flurry of roster moves today by the Athletics. Right on the outside corner, 2-2. Taylor up, Norris up, Straley up, and Pat Neshek added to the bullpen in a trade from the Orioles. Scribner down, Miller down, Smith to the DL, and Kurt Suzuki traded to Washington. Setting up inside, 2-2 pitch is inside, and it's a full count.
Jansen's done a great job this whole year. Righties and lefties. He's been pretty much lights out every time he gets the ball.
Well, Francisco Cordero, remember him? He was their closer, at least initially. He was traded. He's not necessarily doing a great job, and Jansen took over. Little pop up, and Jansen racing after it, but it's foul.
Got some pretty good wheels. That's some ground he covered right there. Good fastball and wheels. 13 for 14 in save chances this season. Pretty good ratio.
So battling Michael Taylor. Good pitch outside corner, strike 3 called. So a runner stranded, and it's the 9th inning. The closer Cook is coming in, 4-1 Athletics. So there is Dan Straley. He said, you know what, I'm going to hang around. I want to be in the dugout when I get my first major league win. A's 3 outs away from that. Straley went 6 innings tonight. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and spa expert. So the rookie started it, and now the rookie closer comes in. And Michael Taylor stays in the game, and he will play left field for Cespedes. So Cook looking for his 12th save. He got his 11th last night.
I like that. Young at the beginning, young at the end.
Yeah, how about that? Little veteran in the middle with Grant Balfour.
Veteran in the middle.
How about the 2 terrific innings he threw? 6 up, 6 down with 3 strikeouts for Grant Balfour.
That was the definition of efficient.
So Johnson, Escobar, and Cooper, the scheduled hitters for the Jays here in the 9th inning. He's trying to extend the Blue Jays losing streak to 6. Remember, the Blue Jays came here after being swept by the Seattle Mariners. And he went around 2-2.
This time of year, he gets bunched up. You can really find yourself out of it quickly, or at least in a hole.
Swing and a miss. Fastball by Johnson. Strikeout, and that's 1 out.
Time now for the AT&T U-verse reverse replay. And we got the phenom Dan Straley. And he did not disappoint. He threw the kitchen sink, and he threw everything for a strike, and that's what the report was, and that's what he did. Got a few innings where he got a little out of sync, but there he is. The catcher put him right back on track, and he had a solid outing for his first night.
Yes, he did.
Got to be happy about that.
And better as the game went on, it looked like. Started to get that changeup, find a groove on the changeup.
Found his release point, a little more consistent. Adrenaline, maybe, like you said, wore off a bit.
So 0-2 the count to Yunel Escobar. Escobar doubled in the 6th inning. Swing and a miss. Slider, no chance.
Absolutely filthy.
So 2 outs here in the 9th. Make sure you join us on A's Postgame Live for the A-Team. It'll be a special presentation of us broadcasters, Korak, Catroni, Hatterberg, and myself. We'll have an unscripted roundtable discussion about the ball game. It's the A-Team, and it's only on A's Postgame Live right here on Comcast Sportsnet California. That's coming up in just a little bit. Here's Cooper. A's pitchers have struck out 10 tonight. And there's an 0-1 fastball, or a fastball to make it 0-1.
Well, just like Balfour, Cook has absolutely come straight at him. That's what you want from your bullpen.
There's a line drive to left field, a base hit. So Cooper goes the other way. He's 2 for 4. And that's the 6th hit. That's the first hit since the 6th inning for the Jays.
Pinch runner here.
Yep.
Rajay Davis.
Mr. Sierra is going to hit, or going to run, excuse me.
Nice piece of hit by Cooper. Got that sinker away. Didn't try to do too much. And hit a BB past Brandon Inge.
So here's Rajay Davis. First pitch, slider for a strike. Jeff Mathis is the on-deck hitter. Slider for a strike, 0-2.
2 filthy sliders. Rajay's been really aggressive all night, and he's taken the first 2. I see him opening the zone a little bit right now.
And a fastball looped over Weeks' head, and it's a base hit. And the Blue Jays are going to get the tying run to the plate. An 0-2 pitch that Rajai Davis fisted over Weeks' head.
Well, he just threw two good sliders that Rajai didn't see too well, but he tries to mix it up and sink a ball in on his hands. Not a bad idea, but Rajai fights it off just enough to flip over Weeks' head. I think if he had to do that again, he'd just stick with that slider. He'd had some trouble with it all day today from everybody.
So here's Mathis. Remember, the Blue Jays only have three extra players, and one of them is in the game, Omar Vizquel. Swing and a miss on a slider. So the only hitter they have in their dugout that could pinch hit for Mathis is Yan Gomes, and he's the other catcher.
Most likely will stay put.
And that one off the glove, and the runners will advance.
Foul ball.
That's foul ball. All right. I was wondering why Derek Norris wasn't going after it, but there sounded like there may be a click, which
definitely confusion there. There wasn't.
Mathis is saying, I didn't even hit it. I didn't touch it. Manny Gonzalez is the home plate umpire.
It hits.
Well, it hit the mask,
umpire.
Yeah. And the umpires are going to get together.
It definitely hit the umpire, and he didn't immediately put his hands up like it was a foul ball.
You know what? Yeah, that's what I was looking for, because when the hands go up, foul ball, everything stops, and he did not do that. Now, of course, he just got hit in the mask.
So there it is.
So he's rocked a little bit.
Right. So he's a little fuzzy at the moment, but that's a tough call for somebody in the field to overrule.
Well, exactly. I mean, it would be hard for any of the base umpires to be able to tell what happened.
And I don't think they're going to. The fact that he didn't put his arms up might be because he got hit in the head.
Yeah,
he was a little bit stunned.
But it also makes it an 0-2 count, which certainly helps Cook.
Big break.
Slider down and away.
Well, there's the 0-2 slider that I thought he might have thrown Rajai. He comes back and throws it here.
Pretty good take by Mathis. That was a good slider, just down and off the plate, but certainly one a lot of guys would swing at.
Very good pitch. Very good pitch right here. Great location. I don't know how he didn't pull the trigger on that. That's really good eyes.
And that's low, and now it's 3-2, so the runners will take off. That one hitter that we mentioned on the bench, Yan Gomes, has come out into the on-deck circle for Anthony Gove. Three-two pitch, hit toward left center field. That's hit pretty well, and that one is gone. Are you kidding me?
Heartbreaking.
It was a high line drive. It did not look like it had enough to get out, but Jeff Mathis, and you know what? Let's give him some credit. That was a great at bat.
That was a phenomenal at bat. He stayed off those sliders. He gets a pitch finally, full count with the runners going, and absolutely stays through it. That is an absolute quality at bat. And that ball was away from him, and he had to get a little extended. And to hit it out of that ballpark this time of night, that's a strong kid.
So 30,000 fans are absolutely stunned. The first two hitters struck out. Cooper got a hit. Rajai Davis was down 0-2 in the count. He blooped one. Jeff Mathis was down 0-2 in the count, and he hits a 3-run homer to tie the game in the top of the 9th inning. And here's Goes, who now will not be pinch hit for, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Goes is 0 for 3, and he swings wildly at a slider, and it's 0-2. So Dan Straley will not get his first major league win. The home run for Mathis is 6th.
Well, Mathis, I tell you, that was some kind of quality at bat right there. He waited him out.
Well, not only great at bat, but he may have had a call go against him on the 0-1 pitch.
He definitely did.
So this would be pitch number 23 for Cook. And it's way outside. 3-2. Goes is very fast. So maybe a guy you don't want to put on.
Definitely want him to hit his way on. But you're right. If he gets on, look for action going to second.
Fouls that one behind home plate.
Well, he threw him some good sliders. This time he tried to throw that fastball back door. And he saw it like he knew it was coming. That ball, to get out of that ball part of the ballpark, as low as that ball was, you really got to hit it.
Out in front, Norris picks it up, guns it to first, and they just get Goes side retired. So Mathis with a 3-run homer, and we're tied at 4 going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area highlights from our game. And all the wild card and AL West highlights of Jim Harbaugh's progress report from 49ers camp. Mindy Bach, Henry Wolford, Royal Motors. Well, if the A's are going to win tonight, they'll have another walk-off. They have 12 as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Casey Jansen on the mound. And the first pitch to Carter is way inside.
Well, they got a guy that could do it with one swing right here.
There's the new first baseman, John Gomes. Gomes gets in the game. He's now at first base. Cooper was pinch run for. 2-0 pitch. Carter got a fastball foul to straight back.
Pretty good numbers in a short amount of time.
Toward right field. Goes. Circles around it. He's got it for out number 1. So that'll bring up Inge. Brandon Inge is 1 for 3. He had an RBI single back in the 2nd inning. Casey Jansen got the final out in the 8th inning. Oh, you always start looking games like this, bottom of the 8th inning. He's had a runner a 3rd and 1 out, couldn't get him in.
You start looking back, going, what if, what if?
You hate to do that, but it's kind of what happens in a tie game. Reddick hit a fly ball to center field, not deep enough to score crisp, and then Michael Taylor, pinch hitting for Cespedes, struck out looking.
Well, when you get deeper into the playoff hunt and you get into some games that are going to be tight against really quality teams that are going to be there at the end, those little
no question
things have been on third, don't have to score, don't have to get a hit. They come back to haunt you sometimes.
1-2 to Inge. Shoots that one toward right, the foul. Oh, it's been Oliver. Make that Brandon Line, Darren Oliver, and now Casey Jansen. So this is the 3rd reliever being used. Blue Jays have 8 relievers on their roster right now. In the dirt, no swing.
Yeah, this is a tough pitch to lay off right here. And he does. Just barely. But he definitely held back.
Setting up inside. And it runs inside. Close pitch, 3-2. Norris in the on-deck circle.
I think he froze Inge there. Got lucky it ended up sinking just to the inside part of that plate. It was a close pitch. Jansen really moves the ball in and out well.
Popped up. Right side of the diamond. Gomes, the new first baseman, backpedaling. He's got it. So you watch that sequence and you see why Jansen's good. Good fastball on the outside corner. And then come back inside.
Good stuff with good command. Stay out of that middle. You're going to have success. And he works ahead too. He stands on that mound like he's ready to throw now. Kind of like to see that in a closer.
So see if Norris can be a hero. Breaking ball is down low. Norris has a hit tonight. That was a single. Of course, he's got the walk-off on a Sunday afternoon against the Giants. 1-0 pitch is a fastball right there, first strike.
It says 91, but it seems like it comes out a little bit harder. It's got a little bit of a jump to it at the end.
This was the walk-off against the Giants. It's Casilla.
I think he knew it.
I think he did.
These are pretty fun. The A's have a knack for that.
1-2 to Norris. The pitch lays off the overhand curveball.
Yeah, Jansen's got two different distinct breaking balls. He's got that big 12-6 curveball, a little slower, and then he's got that tight slider. Incorporating that bigger one now.
Another one in the dirt, so it's a full count.
Late inning magic.
Yeah, don't forget the wins the last at bat. They've had
quite a few.
Some of those on the road.
The sign of a team that doesn't give up. It's always a good.
And on the inside corner, strike 3 called. So Casey Jansen has a 3-up, 3-down bottom of the 9th. Extra innings from the Coliseum, tied at 4.
Is presented by authority of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
Your attention, please.
Well, the A's certainly thought they had this game in the bag. 2 outs, a 4-1 lead, nobody on in the top of the 9th inning. And the Blue Jays got a 3-run homer from Jeff Mathis. So Jerry Blevins takes over here in the 10th inning. Blevins having a very fine season, 4-0 with a 2.20 ERA, and we always say it, Scott, this is where the A's have such a huge advantage because their bullpen is so good. So now you get into the late innings, in this case extra innings, and we talk about all these walk-off wins. I think the unsung heroes in all these walk-off wins are the guys down in the bullpen.
You just got to look at their opponent batting average. They're all paltry numbers. They're so good, so deep. Yep. So, you know, you hand the ball over in the 6th, you're good to the 9th, but if you got to go 12, they're going to outlast you.
Chris Carter has it. Omar Vizquel with a little pop-up. He's retired.
Not the most fluid route to the ball there by Chris, but makes the grab.
That's one of the new guys, Pat Neshek. Just watch his delivery. And guess who he's tough against? Right-handed hitters. That's quite a delivery, isn't it?
That is.
He doesn't really wind up. Look.
Funk and deception. The definition right there.
They usually go hand in hand. Here's Colby Rasmus. Takes a fastball high.
It'd be hard for his kids to say, let's go have a catch in the backyard, Dad.
Dad, why are you throwing like that? On deck is Edwin Encarnacion. Strike, 1-1. Rasmus is 1 for 4. He singled way back in the 1st inning. He has struck out his last 2 at bats. There's a baseball loose in right field. That's why the game is stopped. Rasmus is 3 for 9 in the series. He's got good power, 19 home runs. So the next two guys, Rasmus and Encarnacion, are your most dangerous long ball threats for the Blue Jays.
Definitely two guys that can put a charge into one. You get these 2-1 counts, these hitter counts, these. You got to be careful.
And did that hit him? It did. Yep. They have got a little jersey. So the Blue Jays get a 1-out base runner in Rasmus.
Tried to come inside on him and just cut a little jersey.
So Kurt Young's going to trot out.
He knew he didn't want to leave it over the plate, so he was just a little too fine and got a little more run and tail that he wanted.
So Encarnacion, a right-handed hitter. After him is Johnson, a left-handed hitter. So tough decisions for the manager, Bob Melvin.
I think his splits are so good with righties and lefties that he's leaving them in there.
Encarnacion is 0 for 4. That may make him even more dangerous.
I know Eddie's happy that the lefty stayed in there.
And there is a pitch that's just a touch outside. Outside again. Well, Encarnacion against lefties is hitting .315. Against righties is hitting .284. So a little difference, not a lot. Now he's sitting on a 2-0 pitch. Rasmus steps out to his lead. Outside again. 3-0.
Well, Blevins might be a little too fine, but his plan right now is keep him in the big part of the yard. Make him hurt you the other way, up the middle. Don't give him something he can handle inside where he really wants it, and he really can absolutely step on. But he's falling behind.
Not close to the backstop. So the Blue Jays have a hit batter and a walk. They have 2 on and 1 out. Well, that's just the second walk by A's pitcher. Straley walked 1 in his start.
Now batting, number 2.
So now it'll be back to lefty on
Johnson.
lefty with Kelly Johnson. After Johnson, it's the right-handed hitting Yunel Escobar. Johnson, shallow center. Reddick coming in. Coco Crisp coming in, and Reddick has it in shallow right center field. So Johnson goes after the first pitch. He's retired.
That was a good read by Reddick. Coco froze for a second. It was a big swing, but it was off the end of the bat. Reddick got a good break on it. Takes a good swing. Looks like it's going to come off the bat pretty good. Coco broke back just a hair, but Reddick saw it well and recovered for him. Kind of a tweener ball.
So Blevins is done. Neshek will make his Oakland A's debut. We'll be back. second base. They also have a runner at first. Tie game, top of the 10th. So newly acquired Pat Neshek. A's just acquired him from the Baltimore Orioles for cash considerations. Those are numbers from AAA as he faces Yunel Escobar. The first pitch is a strike. Better be ready to hit here, folks. If you're waiting for a windup, it's probably not happening.
This is a funky windup, and I tell you what, the one guy in here that is a little nervous is Norris, because he hasn't seen this guy, and this is not an easy situation. A pass ball here. He's very tough, but he doesn't get it. Gets a ground ball to Inge.
And Inge throws him out. Side retired. So Neshek, couple of pitches, he gets the job done, and the Jays strand a pair.
Heritage Night, presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort on Friday, August 17th. All participants that purchase a special ticket for this event will receive an exclusive Filipino Heritage beanie and a traditional food item served in the Westside Club. Throwing out the ceremonial first pitch will be boxing champ Nonito, the Filipino Flash, Dona Ray Jr. For tickets, go to oaklandathletics.com/Filipino.
Bottom of the 10th inning. And a new pitcher for the Blue Jays. Brad Lincoln will face a pinch hitter, and it's Eric Sogard. First pitch to Sogard is a strike. Sogard's hitting for Rosales.
Get the lefty matchup, lefty-righty matchup right here.
So he was just acquired from the Pirates for Travis Snyder. Travis Snyder, young outfielder, traded to Pittsburgh for Brad Lincoln. So, well, Adam Rosales was in there. He was 0 for 3. Nasty pitch there on 0-2. And on 3 pitches, Sogard strikes out.
That ball was hard. He really throws this curveball almost a slider velocity, but the bottom absolutely just comes out of it. And he misses that by quite a bit. Sogard was fooled pretty good there, and I can't blame him because that was pretty filthy.
So that's 7 strikeouts by A's hitters tonight. And here's Weeks. Just a bit outside. Good fastball there with movement.
Just came off that pitch pretty good there. Seemed to, maybe he slipped with his front foot or something. Be nice to see him get on, get some speed on the bases.
Is it hard, Scott, when you get to extra innings as a hitter to not try to win the game with a home run?
You know, it's harder for the guys that are tweener home run guys. The bigger guys, yeah, they kind of always take that approach to the plate. But there's those guys that hit the 10 to 15.
Under the glove of Johnson, so Weeks is aboard.
Big at bat for Weeks. I know he feels good after that one. Pulls off that first pitch. He gets a pitch more inside, but stays in it much better and just gets enough of it to squeak it up the middle. But there you go. A's got some speed on the bases right now. And that smile says everything.
So top of the order in Coco Crisp. Crisp is 2 for 4. He's been on base 3 times. Also reached on a fielder's choice.
Well, they're definitely going to keep a good, close look on Weeks. Sometimes when the pitcher takes a long time, especially Crisp, who's sensitive to it, will call time to give the guys' legs a bit of a break on their lead. You can get tight and tied up there. If you have to stand there too long in your crouch, your ready position to go.
Well, that's one of the reasons why a pitcher does it.
That's exactly why. Crisp being a knowledgeable guy and a knowledgeable base stealer guy, knew he needed to give Weeks a break.
Weeks inches off. Not running, and there's a strike again. 0-2. Lincoln pounding the bottom half of that strike zone. Even the pitch that Weeks hit for a base hit was down in the strike zone.
That's where you want to live. He's got good angle too. He's kind of an upright guy. He gets that good down plane. Makes it look even lower as a hitter just because of the trajectory.
Johnny Gomes will hit next. The A's still have Taras and Moss as left-handed hitters. No extra players for the Blue Jays. They've all been used. No surprise here. The A's are 8-2 in extra inning games. The Blue Jays are 3-4. Moss has the gloves on.
He's been hitting. He's been hitting for a couple innings. He's looking down the lineup. There's a few guys that he could possibly hit for.
Pitch out, and the count is now even at 2-2. So Brad Lincoln, the 4th reliever used by the Blue Jays.
Weeks got a little leany there.
Yep.
Good count to go.
Outfield is shallow for Coco Crisp. Weeks not running. And it's a ball, and it's 3-2.
Lincoln is quick to the plate, even with that big breaking ball. He's got a real abbreviated front leg lift, slide steps well. He's going to give his catcher a good chance.
Well, Mathis and Manny Gonzalez are having a fairly lengthy conversation. I'm not sure what it would be about. To the point where John Farrell walks quite a ways out. Turns around and heads back.
Not so sure it wasn't. Not so sure it wasn't checking to see if Coco went around.
Did not.
Didn't seem to.
No, it did not seem like there was any kind of swing. So who knows what they could be talking about. So 3-2, 1 out. See if Weeks takes off. He does, and it's low, ball 4. And they're going to check down at third, and he did not go around. So the A's have the winning run at second base. So Coco Crisp was down 0-2, and he ends up getting the walk.
Well, this is a really battle at bat. And it's one of those borderline ones, but you know what he does great? He sells it, walks right down there. It was close, but I think he did hold up just in time.
So Johnny Gomes will try to win it. The Blue Jays had first and second and 1 out in the top of this inning, and they could not get the big hit. The A's will try to here in the bottom of the 10th. Very few of the crowd of over 30,000 has left. Gomes with a homer, a single. He's 2 for 4. First pitch is low. Kelly Johnson, the second baseman, trying to keep Weeks close. And the outfield takes a couple steps in. They want to have a shot at Jemile Weeks on a base hit.
Yeah, they're about as deep as they could possibly be because Jemile can run. And if they were any deeper, they're not going to have any shot on the base hit. They're shading him pretty much to pull in the infield. I think that brings Johnson over, plus to keep Weeks close. And that is a pitch he'd like back.
Gomes' home run in the third inning was his 11th of the year. He's got 30 RBIs. And that one gets past Mathis, and everybody's going to move up. So now the A's are in real business.
Well, I was just about to say, I know Weeks and Crisp are going to be very aware of that hard breaking ball he throws. It's a tough pitch to block, and even if you do block it, because it's so hard, it has a tendency to ricochet off you and maybe far enough to get you to third base. But there, Mathis just does not get down, and he's lucky he didn't get further past him. But that advances the runners right now, and he's even more pressure.
So the count is 2-1.
What it does is it makes the pitcher think, maybe I shouldn't throw my real good one, and I got to throw it for a strike, which translates to advantage hitter.
Infield in, outfield in. And that one spins inside to Gomes. Now it's 3-1. On deck is Reddick.
Well, that's the exact thing right there. He was a little tentative to bury it like he's done on all the prior ones. Lets it go a little early and misses. Now he's in a tough count, but they got a base open, so they're definitely not going to give in here.
The A's last walk-off was Monday, and it was a Jemile Weeks sacrifice fly in the 15th inning. And that was your game winner. Oh, yeah. Felt like 6 innings, maybe 7. So 3-1 to Gomes. Weeks is at third. He's the winning run. A's trying for their 13th walk-off. Gomes lays off. It's just a bit high, and the bases are loaded.
Good patience there by Gomes. That's a tempting pitch. Kind of up in the zone, but it's an easy pitch to pop up. Good selectivity there.
So it looks like they may be bringing an infielder, an outfielder.
I think you're right.
In to the infield, and it's going to be Rajai Davis who's coming in.
5-man infield.
So they'll. Looks like they're going to align the 2 outfielders, left center and right center. So Reddick will try to be a hero. He's got a walk-off. This was the Sunday right before the All-Star break. That was in extra innings, and Reddick won it. So let's see where they put Rajai Davis. He's strapping up a infielder's glove. So Weeks at third, Crisp at second, Gomes at first, Reddick the hitter against Brad Lincoln. So Rajai Davis with Reddick up is actually going to play third base. Certainly
They're going to weight the infield to the right side.
Yeah, why not? Smart thing to do.
Try to get Reddick to roll something over.
So Vizquel goes from third base. He's now playing between first and second. Reddick takes way outside, ball 1. Rasmus is in left center. Goes is in right center. And that one's hit very high, and it's going to be foul well into the seats down the right field line.
Well, he got the head out there.
Now both the outfielders have good arms, especially Goes in right field. One pitch, and that one's lined foul into the seats and right. So now 1-2.
Well, Reddick's really getting the head out. There's Papa Reddick watching, hoping his boy comes through big here. He's definitely anxious. He's catching the ball out front just a little bit. Needs to let it travel just a little.
Oh, will we see that hard breaking ball here?
Definitely could.
Well, fastball, and it's not close. 2-2 the count. Everybody on their feet here at the Coliseum. Over 30,000. A's trying to win it. Strike 3 called inside corner. So the breaking ball, it was not down in the dirt, but it looked like a pretty good pitch.
Good pitch. He threw it inside. It locked him up. Might have been guessing a little bit. He just pulled that other curveball foul. Got the head out nicely. Might have thought, no way he comes back with it. But that is inside corner. I mean, that is that's a tough pitch. That's a pitcher making a pitch when he needs to make one. Papa didn't like it.
So we're going to get a pinch hitter. It's going to be Moss hitting for Taylor.
Rajay returns to the outfield,
where I would imagine he feels just a shade more comfortable.
Sure, just a bit.
So Moss hits here in the 10th. He's got a walk-off this year.
And everybody's got to walk.
Well, that's true.
Mathis gets down nice on that one. He'll teach you get that glove down and fall behind it. Cover up that 5-hole. That's what he did there.
So Moss hitting for Taylor. Taylor hit for Cespedes in the 8th inning. One-0 pitch. There's that breaking ball for a strike. We have not heard why Cespedes came out of the game. Not heard anything on that.
That's a good pitch by Lincoln right there. 1-0 count. Throws that inside breaking ball. It's a tough one to pull a trigger on for a left-hander.
1-1 pitch, grounded towards short. Escobar has it, guns it across, throws low, and they dug it out at first. Yan Gomes dug it out, and that saved the game for the Blue Jays. So we're going to the 11th. It's 4-4. He made the final out. Yan Gomes, the first baseman, made a heck of a scoop.
Pretty routine play right here by Escobar. Has all the time. Throws it in the dirt, and my goodness, what a play.
Leading off the top of the 11th inning.
Gomes scoops this thing right at him.
That's a heck of a play.
And he's pumped. Found his glove. Not exactly textbook right there.
And that's that long hop, too. That's the hard one, right?
It's the one kind of in between where you just put your glove somewhere, hope it goes in.
So Gomes, give him credit, makes a nice play, and he's going to lead things off. And the first pitch from Pat Neshek is inside. So Sogard is now the shortstop with Moss in left, and the report on Cespedes is a left wrist, right wrist sprain. So a right wrist sprain for Cespedes. Do not know when it happened.
Sometimes putting your hand down when you slide, you can jam it. Don't know if it was on that attempt to third, but possibly.
Swing and a miss by Gomes. First at bat for Gomes. David Cooper started the game at first base, and then he was pinch run for when he got his 2-out single in the 9th inning. Sierra pinch ran for him. Swing and a miss on a 1-2 slider. Gomes is retired.
Pretty much a two-pitch guy, sinker slider guy. looks like he's going to drop down and become a side error, but he kind of comes up and finds still a low slot, but it looks like he's going to drop down. And his arm action and back is pretty short, so it has got to look really funky for a hitter.
Well, he had some terrific seasons with the Minnesota Twins, but injuries hit him in 2009. In fact, he missed the entire season with Tommy John surgery. And then in 2010 pitched in 11 games. Last year 25 games for the San Diego Padres. But he had a couple years with the Twins where he was very good.
Doing well down in Norfolk this year.
Well, how much does a baseball term different look, in this case a different look coming out of the bullpen? This is a different look. Funky delivery. I mean, how much does that affect the hitter?
Well, when you're used to a certain type, which the A's have a few of the guys that are hard chargers, ball four type, 94, 95, a little slider, here you go. You see that type of guy, and if the starter's similar and you see one of these guys, it takes a bit, and sometimes it only needs to be a pitch or two to kind of get yourself in a hole, and before you figure him out, next thing you know, you're 0-2, and then you're at his mercy. But yeah, this is a guy that you need to get some at bats before you feel even remotely comfortable, if ever.
Rajai Davis has not looked terribly comfortable as the count is 2-2 to Raj. Lays off that one, 3-2. This is a guy you do not want to let get on base because he's a terrific base stealer. It's the villain right there right now, Jeff Mathis.
The villain.
The villain. And Rajai Davis may have swung at ball 4. So back-to-back strikeouts for Neshek. So here's Mathis. This is what he did with 2 outs and 2 runners on in the 9th inning. And he was behind in the count 0-2. Unbelievable.
Battled back. As soon as he hit it, you could see Cook's reaction. Knew how you could hear it up here. He hit it. He squared it. Cook knew he caught it good. Was hoping it was hit the wall, but carried out of here.
First pitch is a strike. A's pitchers have 12 strikeouts tonight. And that one just hung in on the inside corner and it's ripped foul. So 0-2. Foul for Cook, Blevins, and Neshek.
Here's Mathis again, 0-2. And once again battling.
Now the Blue Jays bullpen is quiet. Swing and a miss. A slider. Neshek strikes out the side in the top of the 11th inning. Bottom of the 11th coming up. Carter to lead it off. 4-4 game. At California to be game 3 of the 4-game series. Ricky Romero and A.J. Griffin, 12:30 A's pregame live, and then the ball game at 1 o'clock. Complete A's coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. So that's our ball game tomorrow. Romero and Griffin. Tonight, we're headed to the bottom of the 11th inning. Well, it's Lincoln back out there for the Jays. So Carter to lead it off. He'll be followed by Inge and then Norris. Now Lincoln had second and third and 1 out. In the bottom of the 10th inning, he walked Gomes to load the bases, and then he struck out Reddick and got Moss to ground out. Escape damage. That one hit high to left. Rajai Davis still coming in, and Rajai has it.
Good pass just off the end of the bat for the big guy. Lincoln making another good pitch. Yeah, you're right. He got in a bind there.
Ooh.
And he had to make some great pitches, and he did. Got to give him a lot of credit.
Yeah. Well, plus, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen here in the bottom of the 11th inning, but the fact that he's going back out there for the 11th inning.
Still throwing hard, 94 miles an hour right there. Challenged Inge. Pretty good pitch, caught a lot of plate. Good pass, but just a little late.
Doolittle is throwing out in the A's bullpen. 0-1 pitch. Good breaking ball, and it's 0-2.
This breaking ball, he has really got the feel for. That is got some tight revs, as they say. Lots of hard revolutions. Makes it bite, fall out of the zone.
So they hit to Escobar, the shortstop, and he's got it, and that's out number 2. So here's Norris. Norris reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd inning. He singled in the 4th, then struck out in the 7th, struck out again in the 9th. No surprise, all games are final around Major League Baseball. First pitch to Norris is low in that AL wild card. The Angels lost. The Orioles lost. The Tigers won. The Rays won. The Red Sox lost. So the Tigers and the Rays are going to pick up a full game on the Angels who lost. See what happens in this game between the A's and the Jays. 1-1 pitch to Norris. Broken bat, shallow center. Rasmus coming in. He's going to get there. Side retired. So Brad Lincoln has a much easier inning in the 11th than in the 10th. So we're going to the 12th, tied at 4.
is on Comcast Sportsnet. Watch MLB.tv. Subscribe today to see every A's out-of-market game live, online, and HD quality. Features include choice of home and away broadcasts, multi-game viewing, and the ability to pause and rewind live games. Visit OaklandAthletics.com to order. MLB.tv. Baseball everywhere.
So Sean Doolittle comes in. So Doolittle pitched last night. Gave up a run on a couple of hits, third of an inning, through 14 pitches. So he's back out there for the second night in a row. He'll face Goes, Vizquel, and Rasmus. So a left-handed hitter, a switch hitter, and another left-handed hitter. So how about the job by Pat Neshek in his A's debut? An inning and a third. He gets a huge out to end the 10th. And then he strikes out the side in the 11th. So you probably cannot ask for a better.
Well, he's going to fit
debut.
in that bullpen nicely.
Man.
They set the bar pretty high.
Yeah.
Looks like a good addition.
Goes is 0 for 4. He's a very speedy runner. So the kind of guy you want to keep off the bases.
Definitely a guy you don't want roaming around out there.
No.
Not this time of the game.
He's 1 for 7 in the series. Watches that slider drop down.
Hinges in on the grass. Definitely aware that he might lay one down.
Fastball right there for a strike, 2-2. Very close, but call the ball down and away. So full count to Goes. He struck out a couple times tonight. Blue Jays have struck out 13 times and they've received just 2 walks. That one hit down the left field line but foul. The A's have struck out 8 times and received 3 walks. Goes does not have a home run. He's really not much of a home run hitter. And that one at the knee, strike 3 called, and there's another strikeout, 14 for the A's pitchers.
Well, this pitch is absolutely filthy, low and away, absolute corner of the zone right there. Goes had no chance with this. He was having a tough time catching up to that fastball anyway, and if he puts it right there, there's not much he can do with it.
First pitch to Vizquel is a strike. One for 4 for Omar Vizquel.
Hinges on the line a little bit, trying to take away, keep him off second, make sure the ball goes to his left. I think we get a guy in scoring position right now.
So Doolittle ahead of the count. And that one's looped to left field, and that's going to be a base hit. So on an 0-2 pitch, Omar Vizquel gets his second hit. So that's the 10th hit for the Blue Jays. Right down the middle on 0-2, huh?
Not where you wanted to put it. I think they were trying to come in on him pretty hard. They got on his hands a little bit, but that's too much plate. Vizquel still got that short swing. He's able to get to that pitch.
So here's Colby Rasmus.
Not quite the stolen base threat he was at one time.
And that one's line, and that's going to be trouble. And that's going to get down, and it gets past Moss. And it kicks around in the corner. And they're going to wave home Omar Vizquel. Inge's relay throw is there, and he is out. And it was not that close at home plate. Well, with Encarnacion coming up, the third base coach, Brian Butterfield, took a chance, and it was not a good chance.
Huge play right here. Moss chases it down in the corner, comes up throwing, misses the cutoff. Inge right there, luckily, catches it on a good hop and is able to deliver the throw to home. And like you said, it wasn't that close. Pretty gambly right there.
Yep.
Lots of risk right on that one.
So Erasmus at second, but now 2 outs, and they're going to walk Encarnacion, which they probably would have done anyways if Butterfield would have held the run.
Not so sure he wasn't reading the throw from Moss when he sent him. Seeing that the throw was a little bit high, but Inge was in a perfect position as the trail cut. Able to get it on that nice hop. Easy throw for him at home, and they got him by a mile.
Well, generally, when you have time to cut the ball off and still throw the guy out by probably a couple feet, probably not a good idea to say.
Probably not a good idea, and I think he's kicking himself right now. Yeah, he was sending him. Sometimes you get to this point in the ball game, you want to take a gamble. Skell seemed to run out of steps, got a little screwed up there around third base. Like he ran out of gas.
So he's not out of the inning yet, as it's Kelly Johnson, so lefty on lefty. Johnson is 1 for 4 with a single and a walk, and he has scored a run. And he takes a fastball on the inside corner for a strike. Johnson had a chance to give the Blue Jays the lead in the 10th inning. 2 on 1 out, and he flied out. Well, he's got another chance here in the 12th.
Pretty close right there. Looked like the pitch prior.
And that one bounced toward Weeks. He's got it, flips to second, and that's the inning. So the A's make the big defensive play to keep the Jays off the board, and we're going to the bottom of the 12th. Little game summary for you. It all started with the major league debut of Dan Straley, who went 6 innings, gave up just 1 run, had 5 strikeouts, looked very good. Johnny Gomes with a home run in the 3rd inning. Chris Carter, the very next inning,
The fourth, he hit a home run. The A's thought they had this baby wrapped up. It was 4-1, 2 outs, nobody on in the top of the ninth. But still cannot quite believe that happened. So 2 singles and then a Mathis 3-run homer. And that tied it, and we've remained tied. So bottom of the 12th, Sogard to lead it off. And we got some changes here, so hold on.
Looks like Rasmus is coming in.
Well, Rasmus is coming in. Encarnacion, who is the designated hitter, is now playing first base. So Rasmus is out of the game. So the weirdness continues, Scott.
I'm not so sure right here what just happened.
So we'll pass it on when we find out.
He's got to be hurt.
So they've switched their outfield all around, which we'll give that to you in a moment. First pitch to Sogard is bounced right at Kelly Johnson, and that's out number 1.
Well, not what Sogard wanted to do as a leadoff hitter right there. Like to see a better at bat.
Now batting, second baseman, number 19.
So it looks like Goes went to center field and Davis went to right.
It's like taking the DH out, you lose him.
And they don't have any other position player, so it's not like you can pinch hit for.
You got pitchers getting their cleats on.
Exactly. But something must be wrong for Rasmus to come out of the game. So here's Weeks. That one bounced. Johnson, quick throw, and they just got Weeks. And once he backed up, you knew it was going to be a close play, but they got him.
Hustling down the line, but definitely just got it. Just got nipped. Well, Lincoln's come in and done a phenomenal job.
So Blackley starts to throw. He's the long man, so we obviously know Blackley. He could go 8 if we needed.
This is where the A's have an advantage. You got a guy like that, he can snuggle in there and give you quite a few.
First pitch by Coco Crisp is rolled foul. Sixth at bat for Crisp, and he's been on base 4 times. 2 singles, a walk, and a fielder's choice. Scored a run, stolen base. And that one bounced towards second, and 3 ground ball outs, and we're headed to the 13th, tied at 4.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
4-4 game. And back to the bullpen for the Athletics, and it is Travis Blackley. So Blackley, at least you know he can go for a while if he has to.
Yeah, this is a luxury having him come in the ball game right now.
Now, the only guy who has not pitched besides Blackley is Jordan Roberto.
And he's
excuse me, Scott. How about the job Brad Lincoln?
Brad Lincoln was phenomenal.
He's the Jays MVP right now in this game to go with Jeff Mathis, but
he's given him every opportunity. And that's kind of been the both ways. Lost opportunities. Of course, Mathis took advantage of his.
It's all his fault.
It's all his fault.
Escobar to lead it off.
It's a lonely beard down there right now.
It is indeed.
If a beard can be lonely.
A lonely bearded man in the A's bullpen. So Blackley to Escobar. First pitch is low. Gomes and then Davis here in the 13th inning. Couple of groundouts, a flyout, a strikeout, and a double for Escobar. 2-0. That's not close. 3-0.
Well, not the way you want him to start. Sometimes these ex-starters get moved to the pen. Takes them a little while to used to a lot more warm-up.
Well, I would certainly think it's a little bit of an adjustment. I don't know. Blackley started out in the bullpen, but
get used to one thing.
Yeah.
The routine becomes routine.
Three and one to Escobar. Good pitch there, right at the knees, outside corner. So a couple of good bounce back pitches from Blackley.
This pitch is really caught a lot of plate, actually. I mean, it's down outer lower half of the zone, but let's say outer third. Good pitch.
Payoff to Escobar. And it's bounced in the hole, and that's going to be a base hit. So the Blue Jays get their 11th hit, and it's a leadoff single here in the 13th inning. A's with 12 hits in the game.
Well, another fastball over the plate. That was just a little bit higher than the pitch before, and Escobar takes another big swing at it, and it's a pretty hard, but just finds a hole.
So here's Yan Gomes. This is his second at bat. He struck out in the 11th inning. And he shows bunt, and the pitch is way high. Norris has to reach up to get it.
Squares the bunt, and I think it surprised Blackley. He might have been thinking about charging before he let go of the ball, and ended up letting it go really deep. Lucky he didn't launch it over his head.
Rajay Davis is the on-deck hitter. Gomes to bunt again, and pitches outside, so it's 2-0. Inge charging. Well, the A's were able to make the big defensive play in the 12th inning with the relay throw and then getting Vizquel at the plate. This may be just a simple bunt execution defensively. Gomes not bunting this time, and he popped it up. And he slams his bat on the ground, breaks his bat. Carter makes the catch, and that's out number one.
Well, defensively, they were kind of giving him the base if he gets the bunt down. They had Inge coming in. It wasn't completely in his lap, but he was charging. Kind of surprised he was swinging right there. But they took a chance. 2-0 count. Took a good swing. Just popped it up.
Here's Rajai Davis. At bat number 6 for Davis. Curveball just a bit high, I guess. Davis is 1 for 4. He's got a sacrifice fly. That was back in the 4th inning. That was the first run for the Blue Jays. And he had one of those big 2-out hits in the 9th inning to keep the game going. And that one's lined right field foul. See, there's a few more guys out in the Blue Jays bullpen compared to the A's bullpen. Blue Jays still have 1, 2, 3, 4 guys who have not pitched. The A's have the lonely bearded man.
We have the lonely beard. He looks lonely.
He does.
Needs a mustache to go with it.
Yeah. Escobar, not a real big lead at first. Blackley has the good move. Curve, big swing by Rajai Davis. 1-2.
Good pitch right there. That had some bite. High in the zone and ends up low in the zone.
Jeff Mathis in the on-deck circle. And another curveball. This one rolled foul. Well, we've just shot past the 4-hour mark. Aaron Luke, lefty, starts to throw. Very short lead for Escobar. And that one lined into the Blue Jays dugout, the far end. There's a bat rack over there.
Yep, now they're grabbing gloves because they're going to be prepared now. They're pointing to the mark. Usually at this point they're yelling at the person that got away and screened everybody.
And yelling at the hitter.
And the hitter.
1-2 pitch again. Rajai Davis stays alive.
Yeah, Blackley in that good move is really helping the A's out right now, keeping Escobar not even thinking about taking it.
No,
back.
he wants nothing to do with it. He's got a 2-step lead. Sogard has it to second for 1. The relay to first not in time. So it'll be a fielder's choice. 2 outs.
Now batting.
Good start right there. Jamal stays through it pretty good. Rajai's just too fast. But by Blackley keeping him there, it gives you that opportunity.
So now you got Rajai Davis, who's one of the best base stealers in the league. You know he's dying to get into scoring position, but Blackley's got a terrific move. And Rajai Davis is out. He had a huge lead. I mean, it was a huge lead. And Blackley just threw over there and picked him off.
That is a
like
good
that.
move.
So that's how the top of the 13th comes to an end. to end the top of the 13th. And the thing is, Scott, is he wasn't even going. If you're not going, you better not get picked off.
I think he popped out there to get a good look, make him throw it over there, have a look at it and see if he couldn't read it. And it's not like he twitched to second base. He just didn't see it coming to first.
That's not good. I'm sorry. That's just not good.
That's a good move.
He's got a great move.
Little overzealous there on first base by Raja. They're gambling right now.
Brad Lincoln is out for inning number 4. But that was just pitch number 40, so his pitch count is not anything crazy. Obviously, it's a lot of work for a reliever. He's facing Gomes, Reddick, and Moss.
I'm sure the A's have seen enough of him. He's been phenomenal.
Well, good fastball there, and it's 0-2. ...117 pickoffs for the A's since 08.
Is that right? Holy.
That seems like a
lot.
lot.
That's a lot of pickoffs.
Strike 3 call. The fastball at the knees, 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, his velocity has not dropped a tick. And that is just dirty. He started that off the plate and brought it right back. That is unhittable.
Well, the A's are a happy group right now because they're taking him out. And they're bringing in Aaron Loop. So, terrific job by Lincoln. Loop's coming in. Blue Jays wanted a left-hander to face Reddick, so they bring in Aaron Loop. The opponent's hitting just 184 against him. Lefty's just 118. So Loop making his 9th appearance. He pitched against the A's in that series in Toronto last week.
He's got Reddick and Moss coming up.
There you go. Saw Brad Lincoln in the dugout 3 1/3 innings, 1 hit, no runs, and 3 strikeouts, and he worked out of that huge jam in the 10th inning. Reddick, a sacrifice fly in the 5th inning. Johnson can't get it, and Reddick has a base hit. So the lefty on lefty does not work for the Blue Jays as Reddick spoils that strategy.
Yeah, that's a nice piece of hitting right here. Loop creates such a tough angle. He's got drops down so much that it's an angle that's going away from his hard to see where the ball's going to end up or predict. Reddick gets a good pitch, stays on it, does all he can with it, and hits it through the hole. tough matchup right here. He's real good. He's basically a two-pitch guy. Fastball, curveball, but that angle makes him really difficult for a lefty.
First pitch to Brandon Moss, and it's a strike in the outside corner. I mean, Moss stands very close to home plate now. Does that help you with a guy like this?
Well, if he wants to throw it inside, this ball is going to start way behind you. So if you're able to hang in there, you'll be okay. But
were you a guy who stood a long ways from home plate? Not necessarily.
It depended on the guy. I was pretty.
So you moved around though.
On certain guys, but usually never up and down, up and back. I was always kind of towards
close
it or away from
away from the plate. Okay. It seems like you don't see guys move closer to the pitcher or closer to the catcher very often.
Not very, very rarely. I'd see it against Jamie Moyer every now and then, or a knuckleball.
Yeah. 1-2 the count. On deck is Carter. This is the second at bat for Brandon Moss. He grounded out to short to end the 10th. That was the play that then first baseman Yan Gomes made a nice dig that saved the game at that point for the Jays. And Moss waves at a slider that was way outside. So the A's have now struck out 10 times in the game.
Well, fair to say that he had no chance on that one, or was fooled. This is that angle, and that it starts breaking so far out in front of him, and it just keeps going. And it's that crossfire that really messes with what your mind thinks is the strike zone. So that's why opponent batting average is so low versus lefties.
So see if Carter could get a hold of one. Good pitch there, right at the knees. Right-handed hitters hitting .238 against Loop. So a little better opportunity for Carter. Carter homered in the 4th. He was 1 for 4. He also walked earlier in the game. Fouls that one right at home plate. So even that pitch, Loop, I think he's got a little sinking life to it as well.
Yeah, that ball was a little low. A little low and out of the zone. I think he fouled it off Mathis. Mathis getting a little time, trying to get some feeling back in whatever it was that he took it off. But yeah, he's got a little sink, and you're used to the ball coming out of a certain area from a pitcher, and to have a guy kind of step and have that crossfire, it takes a little bit to get your mind to pick up that new release point and then kind of predict where the ball is going to be once you see it.
So Carter behind in the count, 1-2. And Mathis, the catcher, calls timeout. Reddick has pretty good speed. He's the runner at first. Just missed inside. Reddick took a little stutter step towards second base.
Seen a move from Loop.
No, have not. Reddick, they're going to have him picked off. Encarnacion's throws wide, and Reddick gets to second base. So another mistake by the Blue Jays, and at some point the A's have to take advantage of.
Well, he hadn't shown us one, and finally he does. And I've played with Eddie, and he has a tendency to cut the ball, and he from third base used to cut me one now and then, and I think he cut that one. He came in, didn't quite get his shoulders closed. And that sometimes will lead to cutting the ball, and he did there.
Strike 3 called on the inside corner. So 3 strikeouts for Luke, and we're moving to the 14th, tied at 4. .15 on Monday night. It's Jeff Mathis' fault. That's all we're saying. He's leading things off. Mathis with a 2-out, 3-run homer in the top of the 9th. So Blackley, who had a big pickoff in the 13th inning. So Mathis to lead it off. Now, here's something to think about, Mr. Hatteberg. The 4th spot in this inning, which is Colby Rasmus' spot, there's going to have to be a pitcher hitting. Because Encarnacion, the DH, is now playing first base, so you lose that DH spot. Sogar charges, nice play, flips to first, and on 1 pitch, Mathis is retired.
Well, I'm betting you got some pitchers with some spikes on, taking some swings in the clubhouse right now. And whoever doesn't get hurt
number 43
might make it out here for that at bat.
Here's Goes, the now playing center field. He is 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. And the way this game is going, you just know that that spot's going to come up. Come on.
It's got that feel.
There's a strike at the knees. Curveball, but it stays a bit inside.
Pretty tight zone right now. That's a pretty good pitch right there. I'm surprised Goes doesn't show bunt a few more times than he does.
Somebody's got bad gloves on. So what do you do if you're John Farrell? You just, hey, who's the best hitting pitcher?
College stats get thrown around.
I guess you could think about your interleague games a little bit. 3-1 is bounced right to Carter. Steps on the bag. 2 outs.
Well, let's see who comes on deck here.
Now batting, number 17.
It looks like the pitcher. There it is.
Nope.
All right. So it's Vizquel. So and that somehow did not hit Omar Vizquel.
I think he was waiting for the pain and it never came. He's had a lot of break to it. It's got so much size late. No, it doesn't hurt.
A 1-0 pitch. He goes around. Now the reason the Blue Jays have a pitcher in the on-deck circle, they lost Brett Lawrie in the first inning, strained his side, and then a couple innings ago, Colby Rasmus, their starting center fielder, just came off the field. We have not heard what that was for. So they've lost 2 of their starters, and they have an extra pitcher, 1 less position player on their bench. So you add that all up, and they
ran Gomes.
Sierra.
Yeah.
They used as a pinch runner.
And burnt their last guy.
Well,
was it?
Yeah. You know, you start thinking about that. I'm not sure that made a whole lot of sense. They pinch hit Moises Sierra with 2 outs and a runner at first in the 9th inning, down by 3 runs. And he ran for David Cooper.
Interesting.
Yeah. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called with a breaking ball. Vizquel knew it. And the bottom of the 14th is coming up. Tied at 4. Magic inning for the Athletics. That's the Straley group. And the Major League debut of Dan Straley seemed like it was about 4 days ago. But it was a good one.
Good outing.
Got close to a win.
There you go. Wonder what it's like to wear that for 14 innings.
Gets a little
Pretty
sticky.
good. He was tired a minute ago, but you put him on the big screen, he's all pumped up now. It's the lucky 14th. There, he's giving him a pep talk.
Yeah, he's ready. He's bouncing back. So Brandon Inge to lead it off. He'll face Aaron Loop. Loop struck out Moss and Carter to end the bottom of the 13th. Inge, Norris, and Sogard. So who's going to be the hero? Brandon Inge is 1 for 5, and he takes a strike. He singled in a run way back in the second inning. Since then, a couple of strikeouts, a pop out, and a ground out to short. Way outside. 1-1 the count.
Here's your leadoff hitter next inning. Luke.
Strike inside corner. Luke with that crossfire fastball.
A lot of angle. Looks like it's going to be away, and shocked engine. Almost two inside.
Big chopper. Vizquel charges and ends up getting a good hop and throws out Inge.
Good read by Omar. Saw it right away. Came in and got that big hop. Those are instincts.
So Inge now 1 for 6. See, if he doesn't charge that, it's going to be that in between your longer hop, and then it's a hard play.
Especially if you stay back and he doesn't have the greatest of arms. Becomes a tough play, but he's got about as soft a hands as you'll ever find.
So Derek Norris steps in. 1 for 5. So it's been Cecil, the starting pitcher, then Lyon, Oliver, Jansen, Lincoln, and now Loop. And Lincoln went 3 1/3. Jansen went an inning and a third. On the ground to short. Escobar straightens up, guns it across. Norris is out, 2 outs. So since the 8th inning, the A's have just 1 hit. I take that back. They have 2 hits.
Now batting shortstop, number 28, Eric Sugar.
Well, you get to this point in a game like this, it's easy to get up there and jump on that first one and try to do some damage early, but it's really imperative that you try to put together a quality at bat, and it takes focus to do it. Physically drained, emotionally drained.
And you want to win the game, right? You want to be the guy who wins the game.
It just ends up dragging these things out.
0-1 to Sogard. 0-2 to Sogard. So Aaron Loop has good stuff tonight. That slider way outside. Outfield shallow. Little cue shot. Mike Gallego cannot make the play. Probably makes that an hour and a half ago, but now that we're past 11:30.
Yep, that's the look.
Yeah. Just a touch low. 2-2 the count.
Well, Luke's done one thing. He's come in and he's thrown strikes.
Yeah.
Both pitches.
And that one at the knees, strike 3 called. So the A's have struck out 12 times. Inning number 15 coming up. 4-4 game.
Co Coliseum. And for those hardy souls who are still here, and there's a lot of them still here, give them a lot of credit. Now, some are a little tired, but it's all right. It's the 15th. A's went 15 on Monday, and they're going to go 15 on Friday. So, leading off is Aaron Loup. So here's our first pitcher to hit. So Loup, who's done a nice job out of the bullpen, is going to lead things off here in the 15th inning.
Let's see what kind of hitter old Loup is.
He looked pretty good taking that first pitch. So this second spot in the Blue Jays lineup for the remainder of this game will be the pitcher spot. And a decent swing, but it's 0-2. On deck is Encarnacion and then Kelly Johnson. So it's the 2, 3, 4 spots in this Blue Jays order. Curveball slapped foul right over the tarp down the left field line.
Well, it's nice having a pitcher come up before the meat of the order.
Yeah.
Getting an out, not getting, or having a good chance of getting an out. Keeping the people off base in front of those guys.
That one grounded slowly towards Sogard, who's got it. And Loup is retired, so that's out number 1. So here comes the dangerous Edwin Encarnacion.
Now batting, number 10, Edwin
So there's
Encarnacion.
nobody up in the, well, in either bullpen, but nobody up in the Jays bullpen. So Loup is probably going to stay out there.
It's going to come down to him and Blackley, and Blackley's got 31 pitches right now.
Big shift is on. Well, yeah, he's
starting to look comfortable.
Yeah.
Big shift in the infield.
And the outfield very deep.
I want to keep him off second base.
Good curveball, and it's first strike. 1-1 the count. Such a different lineup for the Blue Jays. When you have to face Encarnacion and then Bautista, who's on the disabled list,
that's double danger.
Well, that's 2 of the better power hitters in the American League. And Bautista, they were hoping to get him back soon, but it doesn't sound like that's going to happen. That wrist injury.
Tough thing to come back from. There's so much involved in the swing. So
how about
a guy
his
like
swing?
that,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. It's so much torque, so much effort.
Takes a fastball low, 3-1. Well, it's a little bit like Cespedes, swings very, very hard. So 3-1. Don't think he'll get cheated here. And he takes a fastball high, and it's a walk. So a 1-out base runner for the Blue Jays. That's the 3rd time Encarnacion has walked.
Now batting.
So Kelly Johnson will hit.
Kelly Johnson.
Edwin's probably going to stay put after we saw Rajay get picked off, but not much of a stolen base threat as is. But he'll hug it pretty close, I'm betting.
Oh, and he takes off, and he got a pretty good jump, and he's going to steal it.
Just as I say.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you, so we're both wrong.
But, that's another risk. They've been living on. He went with the first move.
He did.
Caught him by surprise. Didn't even make a throw.
So, turns out to be a big play. Pitch was a ball to Johnson. Escobar is the on-deck hitter. Johnson
1 for 5 with a walk. He's got a single and a run scored.
And saying, I got you. Now you're worried about me going to third.
Yeah. Sogard is sneaking in a little bit behind Encarnacion. Her ball is bounced foul. So the count 1-1 to Kelly Johnson. Johnson is 1 for 9 in the series. He struck out a couple of times. And that one is not a swing, says Greg Gibson. He may be hearing it a little bit from the A's dugout. So it's a ball.
Yeah, that's a borderline pitch.
Close.
Borderline. I'd like to see Norris stay down on that ball a little bit better. Might have been crossed up. He went down and had a meeting. I know they're having some problems with signals, but normally gets down and blocks that ball good. Right now, a wild pitch or a ball that should be blocked like that one and squirts away would be no good for the A's to see Edwin end up at third base on a play like that.
Swing and a miss. Fastball. Go down, and you would think that's where Kelly Johnson likes it, but he missed it.
Pretty good sink. Late movement to that ball. After you see breaking ball like the pitch before, it gets in your mind.
Two-two pitch, curveball, strike 3 called. Strikeout number 16 for A's pitcher. Kelly Johnson thought that pitch was high.
Well, he starts it high, and it's got a lot of size to it. It's got a lot of movement, but it might have dropped in at the very top of it. It came down quite a bit. That was definitely under his numbers, under his letters. Got to be careful. Can't argue too much. We'll have 2 pitchers hitting.
So here's Escobar. Escobar is 2 for 6. Changeup stays outside. 4 for 10 in the series for Escobar. Tonight, a single and a double. Outfield, Coco Crisp actually shifted a little bit toward right center, so pretty good gap in left center and down the left field line. Breaking ball snaps inside.
Well, this must be inside. Tough to tell occasionally. His ball breaks so much, so late that it can just squirt out of the zone. There, they're going to not deal with that 2-0 count and put him on.
So that means it'll be Yan Gomes. So Gomes will get his 3rd at bat. And Gomes, the right-handed hitter, steps in. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop-out. He's 0 for 6 in the series with 3 strikeouts. So the rookie steps in with a go-ahead run at second base. That's Encarnacion. Escobar at first.
Got him played pretty straight up.
First pitch, breaking ball, and a big swing by Gomes, and he missed it.
Yeah, rare to see a big curveball like that and have a hitter come up to the plate first pitch and take a hack at it. Something I could never do right there. Especially one with as much size as Blackley's got. Unless you're sitting on it. I'm not sure he was.
That one in the hole. Sogard has it. Throws to third, and they got him. What a play by Sogard. And the Jays do not score. He had one play. He went to third, and they just got him. Wow.
Phenomenal.
Sogard saved things in the top of the 15th, made the play to make sure the run didn't score, and then got the out at third.
This ball's hit pretty good in the hole, and not only was it a great play of just getting there, but he almost falls down, having to extend for it, and then he has to actually do a little Superman dive, do the exchange. Here he gets it, as stretched out as he can. He has to regain his balance, loses his feet, and makes a great play from a tough angle, and just gets him. What a play. Maybe that's the momentum the A's need. Get a little shot of adrenaline. Huge play.
Terrific play by Sogard. And Weeks to lead it off, bottom of the 15th. First pitch from Aaron Loop is a strike. Inning and 2/3 so far for Loop. And there's a shot. Right field, headed for the corner. Weeks hits first. He's headed for second. He's rounded second, going for third, and that's a leadoff triple for Weeks.
Well, Sogard might have provided the spark, pumped everybody up, but what a swing by Weeks. Got a hit earlier in the night from the right side, lets the ball get deep, and when he hits it in the corner, it's fun to watch this kid run, and it sucks up against the wall. Rajay has a little tough time getting it off there, and no chance of getting that speedster going to third. And here he is, pumped up as well he should be. Looking in the dugout, say, here we go, boys. Let's celebrate at home once more.
Infield in, outfield in. First pitch to Coco Crisp. Swing and a miss.
Good swing right there. Aggressive on that fastball. I like it.
Couple of hits tonight for Coco Crisp. He's also walked. He's trying to win it here.
Outfield's really shallow.
And that one's driven to center. Back as goes. He's got it. Here comes Weeks. And this game is over. So the A's will walk off again in the bottom of the 15th. It's a 5-4 win over the Toronto Blue Jays.
And they're doing the burning. It's a team burning.
So you just feel like it's not if, it's just when the A's are going to win in extra innings. So 5-4. Weeks with the triple, and then the sacrifice fly. So just good enough. 20 deep. Goes as a good arm. He actually made a pretty close play, if you can believe that.
Jamal made sure that he made sure he caught the ball before he went, and I think he's pretty comfortable he was going to be there, but definitely closer play than I thought it was going to be.
Coco Crisp ends it in the bottom of the 15th with a sacrifice fly. And you just had to figure they knew it was coming. It just took a little bit longer tonight. But those guys are getting used to it. 13th walk-off win of the season, and the A's get their 58th win overall. They're 58-48. So a long night at the ballpark, but it ends with just another A's walk-off win. We're all used to it now, but certainly ninth inning didn't go the A's way, but it did in the 15th. And the guy who hit the game-winning sacrifice fly, Coco Crisp, is standing by downstairs. Coco, congratulations. I know it took a long time, but why not just get this thing over with? We'll get the headset on. So it's a chilly night, so the cold water probably doesn't feel all that great. But that's what we do here at the Coliseum, Scott.
We got to keep it loose.
So indeed, well, the A's will keep it loose, but we'll get Coco, get the headset back on. But just another great night, and you really do feel like it's not a matter of if. It's just the A's are going to win the game. It's just a matter of how they're going to do it.
You know, you get that feeling, and I think a lot of it is the bullpen. It just keeps you in it for so long, and they've done it so much you can almost see the choreographed celebration at the end of the game. They've done it so many times.
So Coco, you back with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Here it comes. I hear the film.
Hey, who's that guy?
Only red.
Where are we?
You know, Coco, I've never seen.
I don't know. You know, that might be too much right there.
I've never seen a team come up with new ways to celebrate like the Athletics. So now it's Spider-Man delivering
Whipped cream.
Whipped cream.
Followed by, preceded by the water. He's a mess. He might not be clean before tomorrow.
So, Coco, can you hear us?
Oh, shoot. Yeah, I can hear you. I got something in my eye.
So how do you guys keep coming up with these different celebrations? Now it's Spider-Man costume. Who's giving you the shaving cream?
That's whipped cream, thank goodness. And it tastes pretty good, you know. That was Red in the costume. You know, Red.
Should have known,
He's a character.
Should have known.
Yeah, he got it out in, where did he get it at? Baltimore. They had that big convention going out there, and he wanted to fit in with the crowd. And he got out there and walked back home one night, so.
Well, Coco, is it true, though, with you guys the same way it is with us here in the booth? You almost know you guys are going to win. It's just a matter of how you're going to do it. Is that the same feeling in the dugout?
Yeah, we're a little more on pins and needles tonight, I think. But, yeah, we had a lot of confidence. We faltered in that one inning when we had the bases loaded. But, you know, we have good confidence. You know, the fans are behind us, which is nice. You know, they have the Bernie cam out there. Maybe we should do that before every inning now. You know, we seem to have got it. You know, Weeksy started it off for us with that big triple and allowed me to hit a lazy fly ball to get him in. So I'm grateful for that.
Hey, no, that's a clutch hit. That's a great job. How much was the play by Sogard? You know, you get in those innings after the extra innings, and you kind of get into a lull where the innings slip by and opportunities slip by and the momentum kind of changes. How much was that a lift for you guys when Sogard makes that phenomenal play?
That has to be number one, Webster.
Yeah. That was amazing. It was a Superman play, wasn't it?
Yeah, not only does he stop the run from scoring, but he makes that play. I was just looking for him to, you know, probably get dirty, dive, just knock it down, and then face the next hitter or whatever, but he actually made that play. It was an amazing play.
Now, Coco, I mean, it all happened fast in the top of the ninth inning where you caught off guard a little bit. All of a sudden, Jeff Mathis hits a home run, and it was like, oh, wait a minute, what the heck just happened?
Right. We're looking pretty good, and, you know, we have all the faith in the world in Cookie. He's our guy, and you know, it's just one of those. You make a mistake, and you know, Mathis, he's been around the game a while, so he's composed up there, and he's able to stay focused, stay within himself, and he got that ball over the fence. Barely. I didn't think it was going to go. I thought it was going to hit off the wall, you know, be able to make a play off of it, but it just kept on going.
Coco, we got all the confidence in the world in you guys as well. We know you're going to get it done. So nice job tonight, and we'll see you soon back here tomorrow for a day game.
All right, guys.
Get cleaned up.
Yeah.
All right, so a sac fly wins it after the Jamal Weeks leadoff triple. 5-4 is the final for the Athletics. They beat the Toronto Blue Jays tonight, and they do it in 15 innings, and that's how it ends. Coco Crisp getting the job done, and Weeks coming in to score. A little Bernie dance and more celebration for the Athletics. We're used to it, folks. 5-4, that's it. You've been watching A's Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. A's post-game live. Oh, yeah, they're ready to go. Brody Bazile and Shooty Babbitt, and that's going to get started in just a moment. A's win it 5-4 in 15 innings.